All right, I'm just gonna do a quick introduction here. There is no These are the two guys that I've done the most episodes with ever on my show, and they've never gotten together before. So just jump right in because we're talking about Hegel and the conversation already started. So go.
No, a lot of people, even people who are very learned in continental philosophy, find Hegel to be a real ordeal. I mean, I'm a political theory guy, so I started reading Hegel because that's how I came to continental philosophy in the first place. And before that, when I was reading stuff like Hobbes and Karl Marx and Hume and things of that nature. So I didn't have an easy time of it because anybody who suggests such a thing is a liar. But it was less. It was more within my, I think, sort of the purview of my research concentrations than it would be for some people. I mean, if you're basically an analytic, if you're basically a guy who spends his time with analytic philosophy and stuff, and you pick up Hegel, it's going to seem like esoteric nonsense. At least that was when I was an undergrad at Loyola University 30 years ago. That was the impression I got from philosophy majors. You know.
Well, I became a theory guy as well as a comparative guy, but I became a theory guy as an undergraduate because of a homosexual Marxist communist named Victor Delugan.
Okay.
Who realized he was my thesis advisor, undergraduate thesis advisor. He was very fair. He even wrote my letters.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, he died of AIDS a long time ago. But he was just, he said, you're good at what you do, so it really doesn't matter. And this is good for me to read this crap, because I normally wouldn't read it. And, of course, being a Marxist, he hit that pretty heavy. But, I didn't know what he was ideologically. So I started, Kant. I took several, then I went to grad school in Missouri, St. Louis, my PhD at Nebraska, Lincoln. And, of course, it's purely analytic up there. I was in political science, but Mark Van Rooyen is there. And the great Nelson Potter, who's passed on now, was there, the Kant guy. I took my Kant stuff from him. But I think it was the introduction to the phenomenology. It was the first thing I ever read. And there was something very unsatisfying about Hobbes and Locke. They didn't get to the root of it.
It's incomplete. Like Hobbes, especially in terms of symbolic psychology and identifying that aspect of how man conceptualizes political life. That's important. I mean, I basically agree with Carl Schmitt. I mean, Carl Schmitt's relationship to Hobbes is kind of like Marx's relationship to Hegel. He kind of turns it on its head, but no, there's something. I mean, Hobbes was at the end of the day, Hobbes was a theoretical mathematician first and foremost, and that there's certain conceptual biases that emerge in his ontology. But yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, that's fine. I do believe that modernity began with Thomas Hobbes.
Yeah, I agree.
Not Machiavelli.
No.
Leo Strauss says.
Well, and it's also
it was so violently reductionist.
There's two things. It's weird how they teach Thucydides. If you go to any political science department and you track down whatever faculty member remembers, whose concentration is supposedly political theory, they'll try and assign some direct lineage between Thucydides to Machiavelli and then to Hobbes. It doesn't make any sense. And it's odd because these are the same people who abide this discrete temporal paradigm of ancient, medieval, modern, but they draw some direct lineage between Thucydides to Machiavelli. And yeah, to your point, Machiavelli supposedly represents the beginning of, the onset of modernity and in terms of conceptual political theory. I'm not sure that he merges with Strauss or not. It may very well. I mean, but I don't know if it's just, kind of the banality of the American university at work. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, here's how I got through. I was a nice guy. Everyone liked me. I went out with everybody, after class and on Fridays. I asked a few unpleasant questions at first. I didn't come in and start talking about Carl Schmitt. And then after a while, I made friends. I was very good, A student, all that stuff. So when I started talking more directly against liberalism in academic context, it wasn't, let's get this guy out of here, which they had done, with others. It's, that's Matt, he's a nut, but he's a good guy. And that's how I got through. And that's really the only way to do it. You have to be very careful. Initially it was just asking questions, and then it was slowly becoming more, and I wasn't aware of this at the time. Mark Van Rooyen from Princeton, who was on my doctoral committee, said this. He said, I've seen this in you. He didn't mind it, but he said, because you're such a small minority, ideologically, that you have developed this sort of method. I didn't even know. I said, yeah, I guess so. But, I got along with everybody. And so when I talked about Alfred Rosenberg, which, I didn't do until the very end, and even there, very carefully, oh, geez, would be the reaction.
Yeah, it's
I did my master's thesis on Hegel and my doctoral dissertation also.
Well, it's such a closed cabinet in academe that, if you're outside of their sort of incestuous little circle, they don't really know what to make of you. That may be changing now. I have no idea what it's like these days in academe, but that's the way it was when I went.
Thomas,
yeah.
Did when you were in law school, was there any chance for your priors to come up and cause a little bit of a stir?
Yeah, I really butted heads. There was this guy named Domsky. He was my estates and trust professor, and he had a lot of clout. He was this big shot in the Standard Club, which was literally right across the street from John Marshall Law School and the CBA library. The Standard Club was basically, it was like the Rotary Club, but for Jewish guys. Very ethnic, very, not so much activist oriented, but you had a lot of guys who were politically connected there locally. And Domsky, he was this big, he was the typical sort of like 1960s Jewish radical type guy. And he really singled out me and this other guy, this Irish guy named Mike Poland, who was in my class. So, he really had it out for me. And this was when Backey versus California was up for review. That was, the case that established affirmative action and the parameters by which, basically quotas, without calling them quotas, could be implemented. So Domsky, he was like kind of leading the charge. He wrote an amicus curiae brief to the Supreme Court, and he was trying to get people to sign this petition. And I'm like, I'm not going to sign that fucking petition. You're a piece of shit. So he complained to the dean about me. So I got and me and Mike Poland and this other guy named Robbie Hanlon, we get hauled in there, and Hanlon had founded this thing called the Scalia Society. He was a big Irish Catholic Chicago guy. He loved Anton Scalia. I don't think Anton Scalia is any great intellect. The only Supreme Court justice in my life I think was worse shit was Clarence Thomas. But and I spoke at one of the Scalia Society events they invited me to. The main reason I went is because they had like good food and like you could drink as much beer as you wanted, and there were some girls I liked in it. But I got affiliated with them in Domsky's mind. So Domsky told him that the Scalia Society was a white supremacist, an anti-Semitic organization, and hate groups and the like, and exclusively like racially exclusive organizations were banned on campus. I'm like, I have no idea what the hell Domsky's talking about. I think he's senile and whatever. And I mean, thank God it was anonymous grading because you had to pass estates and trusts. And like in law school, it genuinely is anonymous. Like you literally get like a number, and that's like your how you identify your exam. And ironically, one of the few A's I got an A minus in Domsey's class, and that was I think I graded like a 2.5 GPA. It was like one of the few A's like I got in law school. But no, he was a real son of a bitch and just a really petty guy. Like he'd there's like this one exam where he's like it was he was like obviously because like there's not ethics that they teach, and you take a dedicated class on professional ethics in law school, but in every other like subject area course they got to define like what constitutes a breach of ethics. So there's always one question on the exam, and like you said that my name's like Thomas Steers. The question was like a disreputable attorney named like Lamas Deer. It was just like petty stuff like that. That's like flagrantly like trying to make fun of me and call me an asshole. Who does that? Guy was like 60 years old. But so I mean, that caused me some hassles, and I mean, people. I went to law school because I got a scholarship to John Marshall. And it's like, okay, I guess this is where I'm going. Because I got a free ride basically. Yeah. But I wanted to study. Back in those days, you couldn't say, okay, I'm gonna start writing on the internet and make a living that way and convene with other people, who have my research interests. It was like, okay, you go into academe or you go to law school or you try and make it as an independent scholar. But it's like, I knew I wasn't going to go into academe, and it's like, well, I want to study constitutional law and political theory. Well, I'll go to law school. My con law professor was a pretty decent guy, so he and I developed kind of a rapport, and I mean, he suspected I was right wing, but law school is kind of weird. It's especially because I went to kind of a weird law school. So yeah, I mean, people knew what I was about in part because like I became known on campus because of the Domsky bullshit, but I think he's passed away now, so I'm not. And this actually happened. I'm not defaming him or something. Like this was what the guy did.
Yeah.
But that was
well, there was one guy, the dean of human rights theory, was. Oh, you all right? You okay?
Yeah.
Right. There was the dean of human rights theory, David Forsyth, was the chairman. When I was, I went to Nebraska because I got one of Warren Buffett's scholarships fellowships because he owns the university apparently.
Oh no shit!
Which is why it's so humongous.
Yeah.
That's why it's so huge.
Yeah, no, I know they got. Yeah, I know they got a lot of money.
Yeah, and so oh my god, it's 50,000 students.
Right.
There's 1.2 million people in the state.
I think it's only Ohio State, slightly bigger, but I think they're about the biggest university in terms of student body, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Nebraska is humongous. You would never think that,
yeah.
But I went there, and David Forsyth, who was the biggest name in that field, the UN, human rights, international law.
Right.
He convened a secret meeting. I found this out later. My advisor was at Princeton doing something else. So he wasn't in Lincoln to get rid of me. And by getting rid of me, it was to cut my funding.
That's incredibly petty, man.
And he failed. I challenged him a few times in class, very respectfully, very nicely. I didn't call him anything, because I know that's how I was.
Right.
I took a lot of stuff from I just had no choice. But I found this out once Forsyth retired and his successor came in as chairman. He sat me down and told me the whole story. Apparently, they don't like each other. And I said, "Why does none of this surprise me?" And but I still made it through, no problem. There was always one or two professors on my heels, and the only way I could stay is by being, and my teaching, of course, was first rate. I got a teaching award. My second semester teaching there, straight A, excellent papers, and I was very friendly. And these professors would say, "Will you calm down, Dave?" Let me give you an example. My doctoral comprehensive examination in comparative politics was done. There's three of course there's three people who read it and grade it. The chairman of that committee was the famous Dave Hibbing, the biggest name in American political academics. And he said, I'll never forget it as long as I live. That was torture, by the way. 150 pages in 2 weeks. He said, Mr. Johnson has never been more wrong in his life, but he's also never been more interesting in his life. And not only did he pass me, but I got it passed with distinction. It is, and I got a pass with distinction from him. It's not the point. It's not the point that I think if he's right or wrong. It's did he do the job properly?
Yeah.
Did he do the work? And he's also relatively nice guy. He's still out there. He's doing something about the biological determinants of political ideology. I don't know if you've seen him on C-SPAN and these other places.
No, I've heard of him. I've never deep dived into his work product or whatever. But yeah, that kind of sociobiology, it's interesting because that's a way to insinuate what would otherwise be highly politically incorrect ideas into sort of normie discourse. There's limits. Like Nicholas Wade got unceremoniously sandbagged. He was at the New York Times. He was the science writer for a minute. But I've noticed there's this guy named Monahan, and he actually, in a surreptitious way, he kind of turned students on to stuff put out by the Pioneer Fund and things. And he taught sociobiology, and I took his class. And obviously to sign, all the sort of core text, Edward L. Wilson and stuff like that. But it was interesting, man, because as long as you coded it in sort of IQ fetish but race neutral terms, like it would be tolerated. That's interesting. But yeah.
Well, so did you go to law school right after undergraduate or what?
I mean, I didn't go to undergrad until I was 21, so I was a little older than most people. And then I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life, but then I got into, I applied to George Washington University Law School. I got turned down. I applied to NIU and I got in, but they were like, you got nothing coming in terms of scholarships or whatever. I got into DePaul on some kind of conditional program where I had to maintain like a 3.3, and I'm like, fuck that. And I got into John Marshall, and they basically comped, my tuition and stuff. So, but no, I went about a year, and I graduated mid-year. I graduated at the end of the fall semester. So I took basically like a year and a half before I went to law school. And then I started law school when I was 25. But no, so I had more experience in the real world, I guess, than a lot of undergrads and then law students. But no, there was like a year and a half gap between me graduating college and going to law school.
Well, I think it's. I ask only because it might be for any listeners, fans of Thomas who don't know us to or new listeners to know our backgrounds.
Oh no, that's yeah.
You see, I always knew what I was supposed to do, and I'm doing it. There was never any question. This was my vocation. This is why I'm on this earth, to mock and destroy every leftist I possibly can, intellectually speaking. That's my purpose. And it's serious. It's not a career. It's a vocation.
No. I
could have been a wealthy.
Yeah, I
know. I could have been a wealthy funeral director like my father, but I did not. But I went to the University of Hartford for my undergraduate. Very elite private school, very Jewish.
Yeah.
I was treated like gold there. Next to, got my master's degree at the University of Missouri, St. Louis. Had a very famous chair there, Lyman Tower Sergeant. I was not treated like gold there. And then I got into Wisconsin, Madison, Texas, Austin, and Nebraska, Lincoln. But Nebraska, Lincoln, I got the Buffett money.
Right.
and that's of course is where I went. I'm very pleased. I got a great education. There's no question about it.
Right.
And you had to fight your way through like everything else. My father didn't have money, so if worse came to worse, he would have foot the bill for a while if necessary. He didn't have to. And I did my master's thesis on Hegel, and with, for some weird reason, Nietzsche thrown in. This is like, this is what happens when you don't have the internet. And my dissertation on Michael Oakeshott from the London School of Economics, who was a British Hegelian, a very late British idealist. Yeah. And every once in a while that gets cited. I got most of my peer-reviewed publications from pieces of that over the years. And my defense was a circus. It went on half the day, and I was fighting. I was like in the arena, and I guess it's supposed to be like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically an endurance test. I've never had to submit to it, obviously, because in law school, there's nothing like that. But it's basically a hazing process, and trying to break it out.
That's exactly right.
Cross-examination, and it's also, but then it's that's maybe it's different now. Like I've been singularly unimpressed with the recent crop of academics. It's like these people don't know how to defend their positions. So I speculate it's been diminished somewhat. But yeah, the process is no joke, or at least back in the day it wasn't. But yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's very different with women.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
they're not going to do that to women, especially if they're attractive. We all know that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure.
This is when these guys. Now, Nelson Potter, who always liked me, was on there, but the guys who didn't like me, or at least or somewhat threatened by me, this is when they were able to unload, and it was great. I am not complaining. It's one of the things that made me sharp. And I think I slept for 24 hours afterwards.
No, that kind of stuff never shook me up either. I mean, that's one of the reasons I went to law school too. I didn't have some burning desire to be a lawyer, but I mean, I always knew I wanted to dedicate my energies to some kind of partisan activity. And I never felt comfortable being I never felt uncomfortable being under scrutiny or like having to defend my position. In fact, I mean, even back in high school, I mean, I know I was good at it. I'd get in. I mean, when I was like a teenager, I'd get into it with boomer teachers who'd say ridiculous things, and I realized like these people, all they've got behind them is the bully pulpit, and a manufactured majoritarian consensus. They can't defend what they're promulgating. So no, that's
Well, what I'm doing now,
you've got to submit to that kind
I'm
of
making a living. Yeah, I make a living doing this. You already hinted at, there was no one in my academic life at Nebraska who said that was even remotely possible. They trained you to be a professor somewhere, maybe at a research institute. But the whole notion of going out on your own and having people give you money for things that they voluntarily read, not because they have to read it for a class, that was completely outside of their mentality.
Oh yeah,
which means that I, thanks to our donors, I'm the freest man. Yeah, I don't make as much money as they do, but I'm a lot freer.
Oh no, and
I don't answer to anybody.
No, it's a godsend, and that's why things are a lot better now. And there's a mobility of capital that was unthinkable even 20 years ago. And yeah, just the fact that, I mean, you got to hustle at it, and there's a million guys and their brother trying to monetize content. But, especially, I mean, if you're writing serious academic stuff, people are thirsty for that. Corny as it might sound, speaking of secondary sources versus primary sources, the first secondary source I read on Oswald Spengler, there was this really great book called Profit and Decline by this guy named John Fahrenkopf. And I guess he'd been an adjunct at Northwestern, here, Northwestern University. But then he never got on a tenure track. So he wrote this Spengler book as a passion project, and it really blew up. I think it was released around 2001 or 2002. So that was before there was really a path to, monetize your work product outside of institutional affiliation. When I read that book, I'm like, okay, this is doable. If you're writing serious stuff, especially stuff that's outside of especially stuff that's outside of, the curriculum of regime adjacent academe, that at least was sort of like the seed. And then guys like Michael Moynihan, the guy who fronted the band Blood Axis, he started republishing a bunch of stuff by Julius Evola through Inner Traditions, which was a little publishing house he founded.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right. And then Kevin Coogan, who's a big left-winger, but he wrote an incredible book on Francis Yockey called Dreamer of the Day, Francis Parker Yockey and the Post-War Fascist International.
Oh, yeah, we used to sell that.
That's an awesome book. And there's basically like 150 pages of endnotes that are a gold mine if you're a data fiend like I am. And he got access to all these personal papers of Elsa DeWitt, who is Yockey's longtime girlfriend. H. Keith Thompson participated on it. Just like an incredible book. And that basically only got plugged by word of mouth, and in a handful of right wing and far left wing zines it was talked about. But it got so much hype, it ended up on the shelves at Barnes and Noble back, before. I mean, Amazon existed then, but most people were still buying books through brick and mortar stores.
Yeah.
I bought it at the Barnes and Noble in Evanston, and that was in like 2000. So I'm like, okay, this is possible. I could discern things were starting to change, so that I always knew I wanted to do this. But, again, I always figured I'd be working some like shit job or like tending bar or something to, pay my bills.
Well,
but
God forbid.
God forbid. Yeah, which I did for a long time. I did all kinds of fucking crazy jobs, Yeah.
Well, let me say one thing, and I think we should get to Hegel here.
Yeah.
But I got through, got my PhD May 15, 1999, and I got a call from Michael Collins Piper.
Oh, wow, okay.
I'd been publishing, and they said, what do you do? My mother lived in Virginia. I just got married, most unfortunately, and I moved in with her. We got our own place eventually. And, Willis Carto is the man who made my career.
Yeah, that's great.
I wouldn't be anything without him. All the people. And then I became eventually the editor of the Barnes Review.
Right.
And also was working for the American Free Press. I was at the very tail end of the spotlight.
Yeah.
Very tail end of the spotlight.
Yeah, I remember when they rebranded, because they still sell AFP at the Evanston Main Street newsstand, and that's still where I buy it when I'm over there. And yeah, I remember.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, I remember it caused confusion when they rebranded from the Spotlight.
But then, yeah, well, it's Willis Carto, and now that he's gone, I can say this. With Willis Carto for both publications, even though it was officially denied. I actually am the only person in the universe that gets along with Elizabeth, his wife, apparently. But then, I got in right as they were declaring bankruptcy every 10 minutes.
Right.
And eventually they had to file the liquidation. And when I did that, a friend of mine who I helped convert to Orthodoxy in Chambersburg, he got me the job teaching at Mount St. Mary's University in the history department.
That's cool.
And I was there for 5 years.
Uh-huh.
Yes, thank God. And one of the big things I learned there was that student evaluations don't mean anything. My student evaluations were stellar. I wish I had them. They inflated my ego incredibly.
Right.
I just knew how to I could talk about Hegel and connect it to anything. The sexual revolution, what you're doing in your dorms, I could connect it to anything. And they kept saying stuff like that. And I loved it. But then they knew about the Barnes Review stuff. I knew that was going to come to an end eventually.
Sure.
And then as that fell apart, I got a couple at Penn State, Mount Alto, which, by the way, does not exist anymore. I was adjunct there. I taught Civil War class there and a couple others. Few other places, that's on and off. But I got another email from the guy who used to run the Voice of Reason radio network.
Yeah, Yeah, I remember. I used to tune in.
He said, "We think."
Yeah, I used to tune into those
Yeah,
guys on the regular.
He said, you know, the interview you just did with us, I think you would make a very good host. I said, wait a minute, I speak as an academic. These are all academic lectures. And he said, yeah, that'll work. I said, no, it won't. And so I said, no. I turned them down. They sent me the microphone, very expensive, a very, very smart thing to do because they knew that I'd be too lazy to send it back, and it would hurt my conscience to keep it.
Yeah.
So I did it. And
No,
I was the number one draw.
That's when you branded as the Orthodox nationalist, right? On VOR.
I think, something. Yeah, I think back then was the
Yeah.
It was always been that.
I remember. Like I listened to your show periodically.
I was the number one draw. I was the number one draw all the time, and I said, how? And I eventually got the answer. Someone had written, I forget his name, guy who disappeared. He said, wait a minute. Either, we're intelligent people who haven't gone to college, or people who got a really bad education in college. Finally, we're getting the college education we always wanted from you. And I think that's why I did so well. Because in my show, all my show, there's no bells, no whistles, no guests, no nothing. Just me.
No, and like I said, people are thirsty for that kind of serious content on
precisely.
academic subject matter, So yeah, if you're, it's a crowded field, but the quality does rise to the top in that regard. So if you're putting out serious stuff that's well researched, then you're good at it and you can hold people's interest. Yeah, there's absolutely a demand, and it's probably
that's right.
Probably
you also have to have a niche.
Yeah.
You also have to have a niche. Now, I've been specializing in Russo-Ukrainian stuff and my comparative stuff since undergrad.
Right. A lot of people cast.
You have to have an area of specialization.
Yeah, a lot of people cast too wide of a net. That's why. I mean, there's other stuff I'm interested in, but in terms of my content, it's 20th century, World War II revisionism, and late modern political theory, and theories of the state and things like that. That you can't do everything, and that's also when it's too scattershot. There's the guy and there's guys who are intelligent people, but it's like one week they'll be covering the Peloponnesian War, and then it's like the next week it's like we're going to talk about Keynesian economics. It's like, no, man, you can't be all things to all people.
Well, let me jump in right here to get back to Hegel. So, if you don't mind, Thomas is famous for saying, and that Stalingrad was where left and right wing Hegelians met to settle their differences. And can we talk a little bit about exactly what what you view left wing Hegelianism as?
Me?
Yeah. You can start. Yeah.
I mean, Hegel is right wing coded for no other reason, or what we consider a right wing in the current discourse. Because Hegel's entire ontology is that the master-slave paradigm both precedes the state and precedes a developed political configuration and continues to inform relations between classes and constituent elements, human elements of the body politic. And if that's the paradigm you abide, you're rejecting progressive sensibilities outright. And beyond that, the cunning of reason in Hegelian theory, there's been people who've tried to secularize it and say, well, that's just referring to subconscious motivations of a sociological nature at aggregate scale. That's not really what Hegel's talking about. He's talking about logos, and he's talking about the mind of God, and how reason qua reason continues to animate this sort of interplay within the state to yield outcomes that reflect that imperative towards reason. So you can't really take God out of the equation. left Hegelians, they've got they've tried to make they've taken some postulates of Hegel of a secular nature, if those can even be said to exist, and they've postulated that there's basically humanist causes to the advance of history, and even if they abide or acknowledge that some of these causes might be mysterious at present, they're still reducible to material factors as yet to be identified and distinguished and rationally calculated. So traditional Hegelians, they'd say that you're not a Hegelian at all, you're a Marxist. You're some kind of post-Marxist, like Emanuel Wallerstein would probably qualify, or something like that.
Yeah.
But
Although there's certain parts of him I don't mind.
Oh no, I cite him periodically. I'm not saying he's a dummy or a bad person or something, but that's the basic divide. And the problem is that I make the point a lot, and particularly in my longer form, the 20th century was so defined by this dialogue with Marxism, and then in terms of praxis with Soviet power and revolutionary imperatives therein, and proximately caused, by these factors, that Marxist epistemic priors, even if people didn't accept them in ethical or in historical terms, it came to characterize the conceptual vocabulary of how we talk about historical processes and political theory, if that makes any sense. So these things became so deeply insinuated into the discourse that even left-wing partisans who don't sit around reading Das Kapital or reading the philosophy of history, they've just internalized as epistemic priors. And when they argue, when they suggest absolute postulates about the advance of history as they see it, they're arguing a quasi-Hegelian paradigm of dialectical materialism, where the human mind in isolation is the primary move-on of historical processes, and the ultimate source of reason as the animating imperative is basically biological. Even if they acknowledge that these things can't be factored and expressed in by some sort of rational, coherent notation at present. That's the best sort of capsule summary I can proffer.
Yeah, and Hegelians will understand what you mean. I like the slogan about Stalingrad. I simply say the world was divided between Marxism and liberalism.
Yeah, the left won the
meaning
Cold
that
War.
Everything else was pushed to the side. And Marxism was made a mockery when it turns out that the Western powers built the USSR, rebuilt the USSR, and continued to send money and grain and everything else. Never any sanctions on it. Only nationalist powers get sanctions put on it. But I think, early on, it was precisely because Hegel was so impenetrable that I wanted to see what he was hiding. And after a couple secondary sources, Terry Pinkert is my favorite. You should see that book. It's almost unreadable with all the lines.
I've never read it, but that it comes up a lot.
Now we have to remember something. Yeah, I read the Philosophy of Right over an entire semester, my first semester of grad school in '93. Which I think probably the most approachable. Of any of them.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And then, then you read some secondary sources, you get to know what he means by certain things. Then the phenomenology, which, I've read, there's marks everywhere and stuff like that. You get a headache. There's no way around it. You're going to get a headache. My dissertation advisor once said to me that he understands Hegel, but the minute he's not reading him anymore, he has no idea what to do.
Yeah, that's it.
I've heard that.
Yeah,
before.
that's similar to what happens to people when they really immerse themselves in a Heidegger.
Yeah, right, exactly right. And well, that's the life. That's the life I've chosen.
Yeah,
that's the life that I was told was impossible. But I've written, you remind me that I just need to do more lectures on GWF Hegel because he is one of ours.
yeah,
And I notice that whenever the left, the academics, the regime, whenever they can't ignore somebody, someone was too huge to ignore, like Hegel. Everything changed after Hegel.
oh yeah,
They have to turn him into a liberal.
yeah. They did it with Schopenhauer as well. Hegel was more monumental than Schopenhauer, but Schopenhauer emerges all over the place in social science. But yeah, please continue.
Yeah, so they needed to liberalize them, and they took the word nation pretty much out of most of the translations. The ultimate goal is essentially the nation state, in the way very much like we describe it. And there's certain aspects that I don't necessarily agree with, but he was not only he's a national socialist. Not only did he was a monarchist, but he also had the corporation.
Yeah.
The political idea. I know I'm talking to the audience here. The family is the ultimate origin of any social life whatsoever. But they're not self-sufficient, of course. Kids want to break out on their own and do their own thing, leading to civil society or the economy. What John Locke thought was the ultimate goal of everything. But there's a problem. That's not self-sufficient either, because you begin to realize that you're producing things and doing things for a market. You start to realize that there's a division of labor, that we're all cooperating in doing all of this. Well, then what does that mean? That means we're a unity. And that's where the nation comes from.
Yeah.
You have a monarchy at the head, and then the legislature, for the most part, has your guilds or corporations. And this is how the state is run. And there are many papers out there written by Jews who say Hegel was a Nazi and all this. They said the same thing about Solzhenitsyn. But if you like, this is why Ivan Ilyin was so important. His 2-volume work on Hegel in English, I couldn't believe it. I read the first thing in Russian. I figured there's no way this is in English. It was. So he was saying a lot of the same things I was I didn't even know Ivan Ilyin wrote anything on Hegel. And of course, I got into the Slavophiles in Russia and everything else, and Hegel's influence is tremendous there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So Ilyin laid out everything systematically, and it's a 2-volume work. It's huge. And I couldn't believe it. I felt completely vindicated here. But he shows, he translated. He, of course, was totally fluent in German. He wrote it in Berlin, I think. He translates, parts of the philosophy of right the way it should be.
Right.
The word community over and over again. Oh, it's our community. The way that the academics have mangled Hegel is a way to deal with him. That's how they deal with it.
The same way too, like more prosaically, the way Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft are translated is totally incorrect.
Yep.
And there's things you can express in. German's an unusual language, to say the least, and there's a nuance to terms that doesn't quite exist in English or even in French, I'd argue. And yeah, there's a bait and switch that people not familiar with the German language are very susceptible to internalizing, I think.
Now, Johnson's law, as you know, Johnson's law, the law of social sciences I discovered, named after myself, that the more obscure the country, the more the media can lie about it and get away with it. Or just not care, not do their due diligence, because no one's going to correct them.
Yeah.
If anyone exemplifies, it's Hegel. You could say anything you want about the guy, and you're going to be believed. Or Ilyin, for that matter. Ilyin's getting a lot of press these days as Putin's brain, or whatever they're calling him.
Right. Yeah, they used to pretend that that was Dugin. Now, they're always
Dugin. Yes, and then they moved on. Exactly right.
Yeah.
Right.
really fucking goofy.
But I have an article that I sent that should be posted. Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit, the Rational Structure of Experience, Logos, and the Nation. And I try to undo some of that. I've been doing this for so long. I figured I'd have more publications on it. But it turns out, modern philosophy begins with a sense of alienation, meaningless suffering, all of this.
Yeah, and the need.
I never thought Karl Marx.
Yeah, the need of the individual will to be recognized, and
exactly.
Yeah,
but that implies a third thing. That implies a society that acts as a arena where that can actually happen. It's the philosophy of right, in my opinion. It provides modernity with a way to heal from its errors. John Rawls, the infamous John Rawls, who everyone in political theory was forced to read, said something along the lines of that Hegel exists to reconcile human beings to their society without any content, without anything like that. He knows no concept of content, this man had. And it is just awful. It's such a, but this is what gets put in as basic Hegelianism. What has emerged in modern social life is a perversion. Hegel is the cure. Reconciling consciousness to the social whole is an issue. Providing reason with the proper insight into the nature of modernity. You read all of the philosophy of right, not just the main ones, and then the addenda at the end. He rips, the liberal point of view, and especially Rousseau.
Well, yeah, because Hegel took the concept of the general will. Rousseau factors out any sort of identitarian criteria of a historical nature, and I mean that renders it meaningless, or some sort of, or renders it into some sort of factor X that doesn't actually exist, but that's necessary for the theory being postulated to hold together. It's bullshit. They hold out, at least when I was an undergrad, I mean, this was a long time ago now, they'd hold out Rousseau as this kind of like rarefied genius that finally for all time explicated, how the body politic ossifies and, becomes this constituent element that determines outcomes in political life. And even when I was 19 or 20 or 21, I'm like, this doesn't make any sense.
And the one thing that they will leave out, and they continue to do, you'll find it in collections, but the fact that he, at least initially, was vehemently opposed, Rousseau I'm talking about here, to the Enlightenment project. Right. Things changed later, but he was very anti-modern in some of his earlier writings. That's not really talked about very much, or if it is, it's rewritten in such a way where now he's fine with it.
Well, the early socialists too, of all stripes, ethically, and even a lot of the 1848, granted they had a heterodox view, they viewed the socialist enterprise as being to, reestablish the communitarian fabric that, characterized the Middle Ages, and that had been shred by the, rise of the bourgeoisie, who were related to the, ontologically insinuated into the process of labor and production, in a way the aristocracy that in their view was always idle was not, but they'd become anti-humanist in their pursuit of, acquisitiveness over social justice. So yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting mischaracterization.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's and I think you agree, it's a deliberate.
Oh no, 100%. Yeah. It's definitely not accidental.
I found the one of the biggest quotes for me in the Philosophy of Right. It's a remark to section 258. If you don't mind, let me go through it. If the state meaning remember, by state, he's not referring to the bureaucracy.
No.
Right? You know this. He's referring to the nation, the ethnos, along with that other stuff. So it's not just a state, just any old government. If the state is confused with civil society, that is to say, your individualist economics, which he does have there is a purpose for that, but it's highly limited. Then he says, if a specific end is laid down, that is to say, the Lockean idea, as a security and protection of property and personal freedom, then the interests of the individuals as such becomes the ultimate end of their association. And it follows that membership of the state is something optional, but the state's relation to the individual is quite different. Since the state is mind objectified, it is only as one of its members that the individual himself has objectivity, genuine individuality, and ethical life. I said before that it's incoherent to be your typical libertarian. It's incoherent because that you're totally dependent on the rest of the division of labor and everything else, speaking the same language, having the same value system, signing the same kind of contract. It has to be a national entity, which he does say many times, which is the only thing that makes sense out of your association. Says unification, pure and simple, is the true content and aim of the individual. The individual's destiny is a living, universal life. His further particular satisfaction, activity, mode of conduct have this substantive and universally valid life as their starting point and their result. And what he means there is from the family to the state as a whole. Right. State meaning the nation state. And this, to me, is one of the central. It's a core, and I think it's also something that people can approach. It's not, lunacy of some other things. That people can really get a grasp of what he's talking about. It isn't something optional. He makes a mockery, as you well know, of the state of nature.
Well, yeah, it's preposterous. This idea that man is this abstract integer who, is born as this, with a discrete neutrality characterizing him, an identitarian and sociological and biological terms. And then there's a series of deliberate processes and decisions that bring him into association. But again, I mean, Hobbes, Hobbes is at base a mathematician, figuratively and literally. I think, go. What's also too, I mean, speaking of the libertarian perspective, if we can call it that, Hegel, Sorel borrowed a Hegelian point when he talked about the trial of Socrates and why Socrates deserved to be executed. Hegel's notion was that what brought down Greece was the individual will and its overweening need for recognition, and the absence of, a state that could absorb that and sublimate it into a communitarian enterprise without neutralizing its dynamic characteristics. So this situation developed where the natural aristocracy was, ceased to view their own, the product of their own will and their desire for recognition with anything associated with, the city state. So by that point, the nation will go to war for reasons as petty as because, a general wants another star on his lapel, proverbially speaking. And that's exactly what happened. I don't think that can be.
And then Rome was the result.
Yeah. And I mean, I can't, anybody who thinks that, wealth is created by, sort of the accidental and idiosyncratic impulses, of the master caste behaving in isolation, but then somehow people just find ways to partake of what's been created. I mean, they don't understand human sociology.
So, where does, if you were to try to explain, it's a beginning point, and I know we're coming up to the end here of this episode. If you were to And I would, if you guys are okay with that, I would like to continue this discussion and, maybe a few more times, because you can't do this. You can't do this in 1 hour.
No, we can even reconvene later this week if you guys want to. But yeah, anytime.
But what would you say the base?
Well,
what's the starting point of right wing Hegelianism? What's the starting point of right wing Hegelianism?
Well, let me go first, Thomas, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's conceivable, and I think it's possible that someone who has a philosophical bent can read the philosophy of right and get a lot out of it. He's going to be mystified with a lot of stuff, but the basic structure, he can, and this was his last book.
Right.
This is his mature view of the world. But the conception of the dialectic, of course, the family can't exist just by itself. It's dependent, needs a lot of input, it needs a lot of things. And he's talking about the extended family. And then capitalism, well, it creates, what we have now. And therefore, you have to have the guilds, the corporations, and they have to be represented in parliament. And then that two of them together synthesize into the nation. Now, remember, he never used that famous triad. He never said that the state is a god on earth. He never said anything like that. He did say it's a manifestation of the concept. But I can't find it. Hegel's idea of the concept with a capital C, and that's the thing. You have to be have to be capitalized, so it's a technical term. I can't find much difference between the concept and logos over time, or providence over time. I think that's what I think. Maybe even I don't know what you've written, Thomas, on this, or what I've done. I think we would be the main guys to go to. These are secondary sources to say this is how it should be done. You never start with the phenomenology. You're going to throw yourself out a window. But why he wrote like this, I spent way too much time on what came after the master-slave thing.
Yeah.
I think they're all manifestations of the master-slave thing. These are metaphors. They kind of come out of nowhere in the phenomenology, and I spent way too much time trying to figure these things out. I don't think they're as significant as my professors had laid out. You start with the idea of the family, corporation, nation. That's probably the first place to go to begin your trek in terms of as a political figure.
Yeah.
And that's called National Socialism.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's another reason why there can't be a meaningful discussion of continental political theory, because not just the Third Reich, but the entirety of basically the entirety of Prussian political heritage and everything when Prussia became a coherent state, that it was tainted from inception by, this authoritarian psychology, and everything subsequent was anomalous and this evil outlier that, had no relationship to European political traditions. And I mean, if that's if you're gonna factor out history as it actually happened, owing to ideological prejudices, you can't have a meaningful discussion of the subject matter. I think, yeah, I mean,
we both know this.
Yeah. I mean, just briefly, like I said, Hegel is intrinsically right wing because his primary concerns are like the man just said, the state's not some end in itself, and it's not something to be idolatrously worshipped. It's only legitimate so long as it's facilitating the reconciliation of the master-slave paradigm and the impulses therein, and through the cunning of reason guiding these discrete impulses, individuated and several as well as communitarian towards constructive ends to guarantee the posterity of the nation, or the Ras or the Volk. And if you're a leftist, you view that as illegitimate. And not just illegitimate, you've got this actively nihilistic concept that the whole purpose of political life is to eradicate identitarian criteria, the ability to live historically.
For some people.
Yeah. But and yeah, I mean there are leftists who have a more sophisticated view of things who are genuine humanists in the sense that they believe they actually are promoting imperatives that elevate the human being, biologically and ethically and every other way. But and they lack that overweening nihilism. But just the same, I mean, they're fundamentally at odds with a Hegelian tendency as written. But again, it's complicated, and like I said, Marx's view of Hegel and his relationship to Hegel's body of work was kind of like Carl Schmitt's relationship to Hobbes. So I'm not going to sit here and deny that there's left-wing theorists who did have a nuanced and deep understanding of Hegelian theory and incorporated aspects of that, in a dialectically novel way. But, the true Hegelianism is axiomatically rightist. I'll die on the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, when I think of left Hegelians, I think of Ludwig Feuerbach, who I do respect. I mean, if I was an atheist, he would be my guy. Bruno Bauer, I guess. Karl Marx, you're right. You're absolutely right to say that. Karl Marx, you have these idiots out there trying to pretend they know what the dialectic is. And Karl Marx had no connection with, Karl Marx was 13 when Hegel died. There was no, it was Moses Hess that was the main teacher of Marx. But when Hegel died of the plague, believe it or not, resurrection of the plague somehow, everything changed. Everything changed forever. There certainly would be no Heidegger. There'd be none of that stuff without
I would posit, though.
And it's just, that means that we have to suffer.
No, indeed. Something too, and this is a bit tangential, but Fichte, a lot of concepts that people attribute to Hegel and Hegelian thought originated with Fichte. And I've noticed that, E. Michael Jones made that point, and Jones he's a smart guy, he's a nice guy. He's appeared on my pod, which I appreciated, but I part ways with him a lot, particularly on political theory. I thought that might have just been one of his conceptual prejudices, but I started deep diving into it, and I think he's right. So there's that too, and sort of even in the academic mind, even among people who have a pretty sophisticated understanding of the subject matter, there's other theorists who they associate with Hegel, and sometimes I think in their mind they think a lot of stuff that was put to paper by Fichte was actually a Hegelian enterprise. So there's that too. And Fichte's not the only case of that. There's other
like Schelling. Yeah, I read when I first started grad school, August of '93. The first I still remember. I still have the book here. It was Fichte.
Yeah.
I wanted to start off with the Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, and again, I was in political science. I was in political philosophy at the time, even though there was a philosopher in all my committees. Fichte was you could claim that Fichte was almost an atheist.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean anything. He laid the groundwork. He was one, along with Kant, obviously.
Yeah.
The start of German idealism, which was a response to the Lockean rights theory or utilitarianism of Adam Smith from Britain.
Yeah, no, it's affirmative.
It's almost like it separated Germany from the West for a while.
Yeah.
And united it with Russia, because Russia took Hegel and ran with it.
Yeah, no, the Russians to this day, like you said, that's a huge there's a huge strain of Hegelianism in their intellectual life as a culture.
Well, when we come when we reconvene, maybe we can start talking about Russia and the history of Russia and how they ran with Hegel. But let's wrap this up now. Thank you, and I think that people are going to say this has to happen again. So I will just assume it'll happen again. I'll get with you too about a time when we can do this again.
Yeah, that's great.
Let me promote Thomas. Go to Thomas's Substack, Real Thomas777 .substack.com, and all of Dr. Johnson's links, as per usual, will be in the show notes and be in the descriptions, so you can go and donate. You can subscribe to him on Patreon, buy his books, all that'll be there. And he's shared 2 articles on Hegel with me that I will attach to this episode as well. So, gentlemen, thank you. And I hope that you enjoyed this enough that you want there to be a next time.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This was great.
I agree.
All right. Take care.
Thomas, I appreciate you, and I will talk to you very soon. Bye-bye.
Yeah, likewise.
Right.
Thank you, Doc.
Take care. Bye. I want to welcome everyone back to the Quiñones Show. We're going to pick up the conversation where we left off. I am going to ask Dr. Johnson to just jump in and talk about right-wing Hegelianism. So go right ahead.
Well, this has been an obsession of mine from late grad school onward. You do reach a point of burnout. As I said last week, I have, I did my master's thesis on Hegel, but my doctoral dissertation on Michael Oakeshott, who was a British Hegelian, much later British Hegelian. I've spent the last few days going over some of my papers, sending them to you, which you'll post. But when I first started grad school, I spent a lot of time on Hegel's Philosophy of Right, which was his last major work. And it made sense out of his earlier stuff. As I said last week, you can't approach him directly. It's pretty much like the Bible. You can't just pick it up thinking you know what's going on. You need to read secondary sources, or have a master, or have a professor who is familiar with it, or both. You have to learn his vocabulary, and it becomes, if you don't know his vocabulary, you have no idea. You have no idea what's going on. As you guys both know, the patriotic right tries to use the word dialectic in claiming that it's Hegelian, and they try to say that this is what the regime does. They create a problem, they solve it, and they think that that's basically what Hegel was advocating. You know damn well, these guys never for a second in their lives ever read Hegel, nor have the capacity to read Hegel. The Philosophy of Right, when I read it for about the 3rd time, I started to grasp it. I had read a couple of secondary sources. I used a Knox translation, even though I took German in college from a Jamaican, by the way. Very upper class English accent Jamaican, not a Rasta Jamaican. I still think it's funny, but I wasn't good enough to read Hegel. Again, he uses a lot of weird words. He is by far the most difficult. But Philosophy of Right is his most mature work and his most political work. And now I also spend decades on the Slavophile, the philosophical school that often sounded like Hegelians to me. Although Komiakov rejected him for a bunch of reasons, I think he was wrong to do so. But as we know, Ivan Ilyin did not reject him. Ivan Ilyin said Hegel is exactly what Russia needed to make sense out of not just nationalism, but out of a metaphysics of religion. So, for example, Ilyin saw the basic dialectic. Now, Hegel never used the words thesis, antithesis. He never used that phrase. He never said the state is a God on earth. He never. It's when you're that difficult, it's very easy to come up with something and it catches on. You have to be very careful of what you read. And in fact, I wrote a whole article which you've posted on what dialectics really means in Hegel's point of view. And of course, like everything, it's very idiosyncratic. You have to, if you know one thing about Hegel, you have to know everything about Hegel. It's a tremendous complex system. But the simplest way to approach it, politically speaking, is that the term abstraction is the worst thing. The concept of abstraction is something like when you think that you have a fact, you believe a fact without a structure, which is a contradiction. There is no such entity. There's no such thing as an isolated fact. The fact has to be part of an argument. But that argument has to make sense, but it also has to make sense to people around you. You have to use a language, ironically enough, that people understand and that people can grasp, and that makes sense to them if things are developing the way they're supposed to be. And that's why he excoriated liberalism, because they viewed the individual and even words like rights as these abstractions that had nothing to do with actual people. The individual is not an actual person. It was something in their minds, which is a contradiction. You can't. That's why it had to be imposed by violence. The other myth about Hegel is that he was Marx's teacher. As I said, Marx was 13 when Hegel died. Marx's teachers really were Feuerbach and Moses Hess. And of course, everyone was a Hegelian of one kind or another, because Hegel was so dominant, especially on the European continent. Both in Poland, though, and in Russia, Hegel had a tremendous influence. And I always thought that Hegel took someone like Johann Herder, who I also love very much, who was one of the great nationalist theorists of all time, and a romantic like Adam Mueller, and put him on a far more rational basis. Abstraction is the problem. Something is abstract when it's not part of a structure. There's no such thing as an abstract, an individual, or even a free market just by itself. That's not how it works. There's nothing natural about it. It does develop, but it doesn't last long. The family is a primordial unit. That's where you learn the basic virtues. And of course, he's talking about the extended family. Not like today. We have no families at all. But then kids grow up, they want to spread their wings, and they go out into the economy, hopefully taking those virtues with them. And they become part of what we would call, the free market, what he would call civil society. They take a job, they start producing in a market structure, but they begin realizing that they are dependent beings. They're not individuals. Everything that they produce exists because of what's come before them, and they're producing for others who need what they have. There's a division of labor in their society. So that means they start over time, they have a consciousness of the fact that there's a whole community around me. Now that community, speaking the same language, has a basic, same moral ideas. That's the nation. As I said last week, modern translations and secondary sources have removed the word nation from Hegel on purpose. And I know this because Elin left it in. Now, he spoke German perfectly, and he left it in. He does use the word nation over and over again. Something along the line, well, I don't want to say it's like Dasein and Heidegger, but and then that's where the state comes in. In between the market and the state are things called corporations. We may call them guilds. Corporations are not like they're not a GE. I'm not talking about that. Corporation is essentially a guild. Because the market is unstable. Market doesn't work. The market is an abstraction. It's not consistent. You could lose everything tomorrow. So he only has three. They could, trading and government workers and agriculturalists, I think, are the big three. Now, he meant a lot more than that, but he just used that as an example.
Hegel's equivalent to Hobbes' state of nature, and this is paramount in philosophy of right. The master-slave relationship and dichotomy precedes the state. That's the primordial relationship that gives rise to the necessity of the state. And Hegel, to be clear, he views the bourgeoisie as belonging to the psychological domain of the slave, because their concern is production, labor, practical, transformative activity to produce food. The aristocrat is idle. because his domain is aristocratic endeavors such as war, or activities that give rise to, great heroic narratives and epics. That's something Americans generally don't understand. The bourgeoisie is as much at war with the aristocracy as the proletariat is. Like, the bourgeoisie is not this sort of diminished aristocratic element. They're the opposite. And if you have a master and a slave that, in a situation that precedes any sort of state structure, hypothetically speaking, to your point, this can't be abstracted from the emergence of state or something that stands in for a sovereign entity. The state is able to sublimate those impulses into a common understanding and bring it to fruition within the folk community.
I first read about it in the Phenomenology, and of course, he goes through this very weird history. But I don't consider it a history. It's a conceptual idea from the master-slave all the way through, Stoicism, skepticism, the unhappy conscience, all the way to, what essentially is the autonomous man, the autonomous human being. Understand, he doesn't use the word freedom. Actually, he does use the word freedom. But in using freedom, he's using what we would say, or what Kant would say, autonomy. Autonomy meaning that you are situated properly in a society. You are the opposite of abstract. And I always wondered, when he uses the word stoicism, someone who, after the master and slave contradiction breaks down, the individuals then try to hunker down in their own mind, their own thought, which of course doesn't make sense, because trying to keep the world at bay, that's all you're thinking about is the world. That doesn't work. Now, that's not quite what Stoicism is. And he's not using it in the old Roman sense. And that it was so bizarre. He's not referring to historical epics, I don't think. Some people say he is, and it's okay to say he is. Some people say the unhappy consciousness is medieval religion and things like that. And he goes through the breakdown of the personality. You go through these phases. The skeptic can't last for long because that's a claim that no knowledge exists, or that the contradictions of society don't exist, but you can't deny what's already there. So that falls apart. And I never had the impression, as weird and as difficult as this section is, that he's actually referring to what we normally use by those terms. Zizek talks about master and slave as simply the worker and the bourgeoisie, or the worker being the slave, the bourgeoisie or aristocrat, as the master, which in fact, he ignores the rest of them by saying that labor ends up having all the skills to survive and to build, and those above him do not. So they win no matter what. You don't have to be a Marxist to believe that. And he ignores all the rest of them as almost irrelevant and really too weird. Because you think of a skeptic, all of these terms are idiosyncratic. And I remember when my undergraduate professor, Victor Delugan, when he first brought up Hegel, and he told me also in private, he said, think of it like this. He says, you meet another human being. You don't know him at all. You get a first impression. Well, you can't go by that. You know that that's not really who he is. It's just a first impression. Then later on, you see him socializing. Okay, now I'm getting a little bit of the bigger picture. My initial first impression is falling apart. Then later, you see him at work, you see him at all three, and then all three of your initial first impression really breaks down. You see him at work, then you see him at a charity, you see him in church, and then the vision that you had of him gets more complicated, it gets more complete, and the earlier versions completely break down. You don't know somebody just by seeing them from a first impression and at work. You need to see the complete entity over time. Now, that's a wild oversimplification. That was the very first explanation of Hegel, historically speaking, that you get. That summarizes both metaphysical stuff as well as some of the social stuff. Your mind will rebel at a first impression. First impressions tell you absolutely nothing. Even seeing them at work, those two, that's not him. It takes a long time through a lot of struggle to get to know someone at their depths. And it takes a lot of work on your part because you have to avoid projecting what you think onto the person. That's also incorrect. So now that's not entirely accurate, but that's a very simple way to understand it when you approach this stuff. But in terms of master and slave dialectic, the big issue is, regardless of how you define who's a master and who's a slave at any given time, the contradiction is that the only person that the master can get recognition from is the slave. But the slave is not really a full person. So what good is his recognition?
Well, yeah, and in turn,
Zizek, and I think he's right.
In turn, the slave doesn't get recognition from a comparable free consciousness that's going to validate his labor in some historically relevant way. You know, even if people appreciate his skills as an artisan or, you know, anything else. Yeah. The state stands in for an autonomous free intellect that can universally satisfy that impulse within a cultural and racial consensus, and that's what the folk community is, distilled down.
And you'll never hear phrases like folk community. That's exactly what he meant, though.
Right.
The concept I was going for is, in this struggle for recognition. There's actually a couple of books with that title, Hegel, the struggle for recognition. And the battle for recognition is ultimately, well, the way Zizek says it, and I don't know if I agree with him 100%, is that the ultimate victor in all of this is labor, is the initial slave, because they end up being the true builders. But that's not systemic. You talk about Hegel, and it has to be absolutely systematic. In The Science of Logic, which I read much later, he goes after Kant. I took 2 doctoral level classes on Kant from the great Nelson Potter. Kant's categories are not stable. Not even the category of being. When you say something is being what's being in the abstract? It's nothing. You're not saying so. Just being as such isn't anything. So your first ultimate dialectic is that being and nothing are ultimately the same thing. So even saying something like something is falls apart. And you see this is a huge attack on the empiricists of, say, Britain, the John Locke's of the world, who just saw the human mind as a stage where our sense impressions just go by, and then we put concepts on it. That is not how it works. The critical point of view, from at least from Kant onward, was that our internal categories are imposed on the manifold, or this unknowable flux, I guess, that's in front of us. So being and nothing end up being synthesized into becoming. That's both Kant and Hegel. That's just one example of how the simple things completely fall apart. I used the example one time of love. I think in one of the papers, you only know it until the opposite is understood. But at his level, the concept of essence said, okay, the concept of love exists by itself and also manifests in specific acts of love. So that means it's one and many at the same time, both being equally true. That can't be. This is the issue. But anyway, in terms of politics, this is paralleled by, again, family falls apart into the civil society, the free market unstable, the corporations or guilds, we would call them, help render that instability tolerable. He really is talking about almost like a medieval guild. They have their own funds, they have their own way of life, and they are in the upper house of the parliament. He's also a monarchist, don't forget. Well, the monarchy has a certain degree of power, but it's not. He's more symbolic of the concept than anything else. And then when the child who then grows up and goes out into the society begins to realize that we're one people, because my production is for a whole bunch of other people. I only can function because other people help me. I could function because I'm getting inputs from other people who I don't even know. Now, of course, he's talking about the old romantic model of a basic localized economy, like Adam Mueller. I have a paper on that too. He's not talking about, even Adam Smith only spoke of the local. He never, external trade was not a huge deal for him. But even that by itself falls apart. But the ultimate goal is realizing that because we are essentially one people in one specific area, we're working together. We have to cooperate for anything to be done. I can't deliver my own mail. I can't build my own house. And because we speak the same language, we look like all these other things, the nation eventually comes into focus. Now, I don't even know, this isn't really a historical development. It's simply something, it's simply breaking down something that already exists. Like Thomas Hobbes, as you mentioned, posits this abstract individual that doesn't have a family. He even says that they just, come up out of the ground. They have no, Thomas Hobbes was a revolutionary, but you see how he had to force everything. And, he had to force the world into his conceptions. There is no family. There is no, guild. There's nothing. There's the individuals fighting one another. They fight one another, so nothing can really be built because it won't last long. And then somehow, this savage group of people are smart enough, once they are too exhausted, I guess, they're smart enough to draw up a contract, understand it.
Well, there's an outstanding problem with the origins of the political. I mean, that endures to this day, except these days, the way people talk about it is in terms of, concrete anthropology. And I don't want to derail the conversation into something tangential, but there was a punctuated moment where man apparently suddenly became civilized. I don't mean anatomically and behaviorally modern. I mean, at some point in very rapid succession, man developed political order. And this didn't develop the way that sociological phenomena usually do. So the origins of political authority remain mysterious. And that's why, I mean, if you're a God-fearing Christian, you realize that once man developed the capacity to receive logos, the sovereign authority on earth is a mirror of the kingdom of God, and man being able to, apprehend logos and thus apprehend the mind of God, albeit in very limited capacities, devise sovereign authority around those principles. But even, the concrete particulars of this process, whether you're a secularist or whether you're a believer, and regardless of your, theoretical orientation, it remains a problem that can't be easily resolved. And with any sort of systemic political theorist, that's going to represent a sort of glaring gap in the ability to devise a systemic overlay. That's the way I interpret it, but that might just be my sort of late modern prejudice, but I don't think it is.
Well, Hegel, I mean, I think there's certain things about Hegel that are very clear, and a lot of details that are anything but, having a lot to do with his eccentric use of language, the fact that, quite frankly, he was not a very good writer, the damage done to him by Karl Marx ripped him apart. Karl Marx wrote his critique of the philosophy of right, saying that this is not how things develop. These are arbitrary conceptions. But put it this way: project of the phenomenology is to show, in his very eccentric way, that reason makes experience possible, not the other way around. Once we come to any logical proof about anything, we have to discover the structure that undergirds that, the nature of the axioms, for example, that make any proof possible at all. A proof is one thing. Worldview that makes it a proof at all, that's another matter. And it always reminded me about arguments about the existence of God, which are getting stupider and stupider as time goes on. Because atheists demand proofs of something as if God is one object among others. Now, of course, they can't prove the existence of matter either, which is a lot of fun to watch them try to prove that. But
well,
go ahead.
In purely philosophical terms, they don't address the anthropic principle, and the few that do, they resort to these kinds of odd thought experiments that owe more to quantum theories of reality and the way in which matter at quantum level reacts under observation and stuff like that. They're not really making a philosophical argument, and when you raise the anthropic principle, they claim you're changing the goalposts, so which doesn't make any sense either. They're just arguing in bad faith. I mean, as far as I can tell, what the atheist position is today, it is that nothing exists other than time, space, energy, and matter. Okay, but then they'll go on and make all these ethical arguments that and again ignore the basic philosophical problems that have been present since the pre-Socratics. So I mean, it's just not. I have to assume they're just making an ethical argument, saying bad things happen because people believe in God. So this is got to be remedied by some sort of social engineering, so bad things don't happen. And it sounds like I'm dumbing it down, but I don't think I am. That's about the extent of it. But yeah, go ahead, please.
No, I agree. I've never had the quantum stuff thrown at me. Try as I might, I never quite got it. And as it turns out, most physicists never quite get it either. It's kind of whatever you want it to be. I know the string theory comes straight out of the Zohar, and I've actually seen it there. There's a strong Judaic element to that. I've never had that thrown in my face. I've had that, why isn't God a vending machine that I could ask him for world peace and he gives it to me? I've gotten that a few times. That's actually a pretty common
like
one.
I said, it's an ethical objection. And like I said, even the highly intelligent guys who I wouldn't consider them to be hard atheists. They're probably more agnostics or some kind of like lowercase s skeptic. But they'll basically posit that, the fact that the configuration of the universe and a lot of physical laws in nature, just because they can't be deciphered, that doesn't suggest creation by a divine intellect or by a supernatural actor. So I mean, they've got to do that though too, because one of the things that was exciting and really fascinating about the Webb Space Telescope, these deep field data sets basically revealed that the Big Bang is bullshit, and that the past 50 years of what's been coming out of places like MIT on the age of the universe and the way these astronomical objects behave is totally wrong. And these career academics, they get so invested in these theories that they take on as young men. It gets to the point where, for professional reasons and reasons of clout and credibility, they can't abandon it, so they just double down and triple down. Yeah, and so I mean, they'll and younger guys, they acknowledge that, and people kind of overall sort of hostile to academe in the younger generations. So I'll say, yeah, I stipulate that academe's full of idiots, but just the same, the fact that there's gaps in human knowledge and there's limitations to mind, doesn't suggest again, a divine cause of creation. But
it sounds
No,
Oh,
but
okay, go
no, like
ahead.
the true out and out atheists, like I said, they're perpetually they're rage cases who go around making ethical arguments and condemning you for being a bad person and not being a secular humanist that honors the dignity of cannibals in the Congo or gay guys who do gross things or you know any number of other people who supposedly are designated victims who aren't afforded the dignity that as a good person you're required to extend to everybody. That's the best I can understand it, and it's a non-argument based on ethical objections to like human cruelty or the cruelty of the human condition or something. Yeah, that was tangential. Please go ahead.
Well, it sort of is tangential, sort of.
No, fair enough. Yeah,
Now,
discussion
I
of
don't,
God is never tangential, but yeah, go ahead.
yeah, especially when it comes to Hegel, but it also has something to do with argumentation. Now, I was eventually kicked off Facebook permanently, for a whole bunch of things, and I think I'm pleased with it because I was fighting every single day, and I was
No, Facebook's
exhausted.
full of ass fucks. It makes
Um,
Twitter look actually intelligent, but yeah, go ahead.
yeah, that's right. No. I don't believe in the space program. I think it's nothing but a set of mythology. I mean, what 10% of our oceans are explored or understood. I think how Darwinism ever survived the discovery of DNA is a mystery to the world, and the only reason it survived is by force. So, connecting it to Hegel is quite easy. Spirit develops in the same way in which ideas may develop in an argument, in rational argument. That's what dialectic is supposed to be. Societies germinate in the same way that an argument between two rational people might. An ethnic group starts with one idea about the world, which evolves into a succession of assorted ideas deriving from it that is driven by historical changes. Now, as far as how Darwinism could survive, the stuff is found in the ocean. The behavior of fish creating these huge artistic patterns. I was just reading about this before. I forget the name of the fish that makes these beautiful artistic patterns on the seafloor to attract mates. Actually, absolutely extraordinary. I would love to see the Darwinian explanation for this.
Well, I mean, we don't even need to get that. I mean, yeah, that's a good point, obviously, but we don't even need to get that far. I mean, what are this idea that over time, like the these midwits like Christopher Hitchens, they'd say
Oh,
what they'd postulate is that okay, an animal that was previously blind, its cells when exposed to light will get stimulated as such that over time through selective pressure it'll develop into an organ that can see. It's like, so you're saying that matter creates itself owing to the correct environmental stimulus over time. It's like, well, then why aren't there a bunch of fish that have half developed eyes swimming around? Why isn't there a fossil record of people with prehensile, like human beings that have prehensile, not quite hands or something? That's not the way. I mean, it's not substantiated according to its own parameters, theoretical parameters, but also that your matter can't just create itself. Like atoms don't just
I'm,
spontaneously form out of the ether and then start changing if they if through by way of photosynthesis or something, or because
well,
there's
you hit on.
an adequately oxygenated environment, and there's an atmosphere that can generally preclude Yucatan meteor type incidents where everything gets wiped out before it develops. Like that doesn't, you know, it's basically it's almost like a Lamarckian. It's basically like a Lamarckian claim about some sort of like intrinsic will existing within biological matter, but deliberately redacting any sort of internal or self-contained mechanism and declaring, oh well, these are just environmental selective pressures on a long enough timeline. The like matter just adapts generationally, but it doesn't. I mean, it's defeated for all kinds of reasons anyway. Like it doesn't. take an anatomically modern human beings existed, 100,000 years ago. And it's like there's nothing if you're running around in the savannah or on the Russian steppe, what's now the Russian steppe, or if you're running around the tundra where Europe is now 100,000 years ago, having a massive, calorically expensive brain doesn't help you. It'll help you win a race war against the Neanderthals. It's not because you can shout military orders at your comrades and they can't. It'll help you figure out how to build a shelter from the rain, sure. But before you can do those things, you've got to be able to put enough calories in your body to survive. And having a huge brain that doesn't facilitate that in any immediate and pragmatic sense is not by the parameters of Darwinism as a theory. It doesn't serve that end. There's a million holes in it, but it's some people just accept on faith. Like it.
I have.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You hinted at it, but you didn't pursue it, and you hinted at the fact that almost everything that we say about God, at least in the abstract, those powers they give to matter. That matter contains everything, if given enough time.
Right.
Yeah. You hinted, you didn't, but that's what I've never had any trouble debating Darwinists. At least those that are reasonable and intelligent. Usually, guys I know, I've known for a while. They think I'm nuts and everything. But DNA is pretty much where you go, or the fact that the laws that govern this sort of development had to have existed at the same time that matter itself came into existence. They're two separate things.
Well, there's also just real quick something that's going on here too. The problem, the thing in itself, that's something that Darwin is. Yeah. That's something that Newtonians. That's something that these people who are obsessed with quantum theory, they're basically saying, the thing in itself, it's its atoms, it's its DNA, it's quantum content. So then you basically can take mind out of the equation, and you can take you can remove metaphysics, by saying, well, we don't even need to discuss the essence of a thing, because what a thing is it's, I can express it in this quantum notation, so that's what it is. And that, I think that's like what's hidden. I mean, it's not so much hidden, but that's what's sort of between the lines of all of these thinkers, whether you're talking about Newton or whether you're talking about Darwin or whether you're talking about Locke and Hume even, I believe. And it's just the current fad is to say, it's, it's theoretical science. It's quantum theory. It's, there's matter even that it's at the subatomic level, and the way it behaves is mysterious. You're just not smart enough to understand it, but that's what a thing is. It doesn't matter if it's not under observation, because it just, it exists no matter what, and here's the way I can prove it, because under an electron microscope, this is what it looks like.
Let me clarify for those who don't know. The Ding an sich, or the thing in itself, comes from Kant's critique of pure reason, and it refers to the creation of the flux that we don't really have any direct access to intellectually, because everything that we know comes under the categories, quantity, quality, whatever, that already exists in our mind. So rather than reverse, empiricists will say that concepts come from our specifics that we view, and we develop concepts. But no, Kant completely reversed the whole thing, saying no, that's false. The concepts are internal and predate, so to speak, our perceiving the world. But the thing in itself, and then that was eliminated. It was kind of just hanging there from his theory. It wasn't solved because it really couldn't be solved. And the German idealists, Fichte and Schelling, just eliminated it by placing everything in the human will, which is something that Hegel eventually rejected. Now, in Hegel's day, Darwinism developed much later, but still used some conception of dialectics because it has to do with struggle back and forth. Ultimately, Darwin was mostly, he thought in economic terms, and he said so right in his notebook, right in his biography. And then Karl Marx stated very clearly that this was the key to understanding not only history, but social reality too.
It's affirmative.
So Darwin changed everything. Darwin served his interests, and Darwin himself said that his theory has a lot developed from Malthus,
Right.
and to a lesser extent Bentham. You understand how this develops coming out of Hegel. Hegel was still so dominant by that period of time. But
well, that's one of the real quick. That's one of the things that's fascinating. You're talking earlier about these fools who claim that Hegel's responsible for all these evils and things, and for this sort of perversion of ethical thought. I think a lot of them get that from Alan Bloom and bullshit like that, part of the neoconservative canon. But to your point, these guys never read Hegel. Well, these guys who call everybody on these guys who claim that liberals are Marxists, they never read Marx. Marx actually has an incredibly brutal view of political and social ontology. He very much was a social Darwinist. He very much believed in creative destruction. And if entire populations have to be annihilated to advance history, he was fine with that. Marx was not some secular humanist liberal who didn't want you to be mean to gay people and thought that, everybody has some kind of value. He would have been the first to say sterilize the lumpen proletariat or find some way to turn them into chum.
Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he say that?
Exactly.
Because people are just nerve endings. They're just chunks of matter.
Yeah,
why wouldn't he say that?
They're not. They're just relatively intelligent animals. You don't think anything about turning cows into hamburger. Why would you think about turning like recalcitrant populations into fertilizer? Because especially if the goal is this telluric utopia, and plus like people's ethical attachments to concepts like race in the first place, it's a superstructural attachment that is an arbitrary aspect of historical memory that's been engineered by an obsolescent ruling apparatus. So and that's actually, I said the other day in an unrelated context, back, I'm talking like 50 years ago, back when Chomsky wasn't a complete buffoon and parody of himself. You used to think that there was some like big summit on like apartheid South Africa. So all these people, all these like liberals are shaking their fists in the air about apartheid and the capitalists. And Chomsky's like, these Boer nationalists aren't capitalists. Capitalists don't care about your race. They want to find some way to exploit your the political situation, and your prejudices therein. But this idea that capitalists have some stake in preserving the white race or something's laughable. Like they care less about that than anything else. And that seemed to really spin these people out because again, it's just a set of knee-jerk ethical biases and conceptual prejudices. It's the same kind of garbage that informs their atheism, informs their sense of racial justice and stuff. But yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, I forgot what I was going to say. Now I was listening to you, but as the 19th century wore on, Hegel died of the plague in 1831. The spiritual element was eliminated. Marx, Hess, Feuerbach, and then of course Darwin. And so they weren't Hegelians by any sense. They were, maybe you could say, extreme left. To remove spirit from Hegel, just to remove Hegel. But what I was going to say was the reason Darwin became so dominant with zero proof of any of his point of view in the middle 19th century was because it was music to the ears of the big corporations of the day, who, when they destroyed their competition, they absorbed all of that capital to themselves. well, if that's how nature works, which according to Darwin it does, then we're doing nothing wrong. And the same thing for the state or the empire in London. If this is how it works in the natural order, then this is how it works for us when we absorb peoples and profit from them. Other groups of people. Although it's a little weird, how can you be anti-imperialist while denying the existence of a nation? The whole problem with imperialism is that it destroys and imposes itself on a nation. But regardless of that, these things end up just being slogans. But so by the time Darwin comes around, gives matter absolute godlike properties, denies the existence of species. Because how can you believe in species if they're going to change in a certain amount of time? But this is why it was accepted right away. It wasn't Adam Smith that drove capitalism. It was Spencer. It was Darwin before him. It was just they loved hearing this stuff. After Hegel, the concept of struggle, regardless of where it was going to go, became the central theme. So those who had already won were extremely pleased with this. We get the nonsense that imperialists were promoting, Christianity. Well, maybe the church was involved, but that's not what they were doing.
No, and there's
Karl Marx.
No, and they weren't aristocratic in the sense of I mean, they were on the. I mean, yeah, and I mean, you had aristocrats involved in the British Empire because they could, they could go fight the Zulus on, from and nail their names into the lore of, their family lineage or whatever. But this idea that this idea that the aristocracy and the church are rapacious capitalists who structure the world in terms of will and consumption, that's preposterous. Like why is imperialism a problem? Why is quote unquote imperialism a problem if you don't believe in the nation? I mean, I think they use that word as a floating signifier too. I mean, I don't think they've read Lenin's Imperialism. Right. I mean, I realized that I realized Ho Chi Minh and Salazar and Che Guevara would invoke imperialism as kind of catch-all for any direct action by the enemy and the Western Bloc. But imperialism has a discrete meaning in Marxist-Leninism, and it's not just the white man doing bad things or companies doing business in Africa in an exploitative way. It's very, very much tethered, to your point, to this kind of social Darwinist schema of production and consumption and the idea of creative destruction. And that's not the way, the kind of social engineering that post-Nuremberg America aims to impose upon its sphere of influence, then subsequently at planetary scale. That's got nothing to do with imperialism as envisioned by Lenin or any of his ideological forebears. So yeah, that's important.
Well, there was one element, and people forget about this. I'll put my knowledge of Marx up against anybody. And it's interesting because, professors are very soft. They're very protected. They're very sheltered. I know their arguments as used backwards and forwards. They don't know our arguments, especially if it's put in an academic way. They've never heard them before. And they tend to get very angry. They tend to, and they use force, the speech codes and all that from years ago that I suffered under. Karl Marx did have a conception of non-historical nations. And by that, he generally meant those who were already colonized.
Yeah, that's fair.
And he certainly thought that about the Russians. Karl Marx hated Russia and the Slavs. The communist movement in the West hated Russia and the Slavs. And there's slaughter. I mean, Marx had the cleansing of the population. And Hegel says the exact same thing about the French revolutionaries, which just, should have destroyed liberalism permanently. That cleansing the population, or a certain element of the population, is built into the system.
Oh yeah, I
mean, they can't take over unless they're destroyed.
I made that point in my manuscript that is sent off to Antelope Hill, was that the distilled essence of Jacobinism is categorical extermination of of human populations that are recalcitrant or are identified as ineducable, and what Ernst Nolde called annihilation therapy began with the Jacobins, and it was perfected. I mean, I'm not trying to be flippant, but it was perfected by the Soviet
It's kind of funny,
apparatus.
though. Well, I'm glad you said that because, as I mentioned, I did my dissertation on Michael
Yeah,
Oakeshott, and one of his big concerns. I never talked about him again ever since then because I was so sick of him when it was done. But one of the central themes that I wrote about, and I have the full thing. It's a little cringy. I don't know. It's very pompous sounding, but um, one of the things he talks about is that in ideology, a political theory, when we're reading about it, it seems to, if it's logical, it makes sense. It might work on paper. And this is a big deal for Hegel, actually. Maybe not in these terms, but Oakeshott was a late British
right.
Hegelian. But it can't just sit on paper. It has to be imposed on an already existing population that doesn't live that way. That's a huge gap. And what fills it is violence, is camps, is re-education. So what sounds wonderful, or at least to some people, it sounds wonderful on paper. There's a reason that Karl Marx never talked about the future state. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
What political theorist never talked about what it would be like for his? And Karl Marx did it very much
Well,
on
yeah,
purpose.
and that's why.
That gap is filled with
No,
violence.
100%. It's a praxis unto itself, and there's a reason why. One of my research. I mean, I'm very focused on the 20th century in terms of my research concentrations, obviously, and I spend a lot of time with democratic Kampuchea and the Vietnam conflict, but the Khmer Rouge experiment of some very. It was interesting because both doctrinaire Marxist Leninists, even those who generally sided with the Soviet camp, as well as a lot of very, very radical Maoists who viewed, what was happening in the Orient as the truly sort of dynamic core of revolutionary praxis. They picked their words carefully owing to what was underway, but this wasn't something erroneous. The Democratic Kampuchea was in some ways an example of a very pure communist praxis, expressed without any sort of hesitation, and in a very, very complete capacity. I mean, you can argue from anthropological perspectives as to why that is, um, but that's not really relevant to the underlying principle on display. And yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to shill my own work product, but that's a major aspect of this book I just wrote because that's of obvious significance to revisionists because it sort of shatters what's you know declared to be without precedent and absolutely exceptional with respect to the war guilt of the Axis powers and the targeting of civilian populations in categorical terms, but also it's demonstrative of the internal logic of Marxist Leninism, which can only result in mass homicide at categorical scale. So yes, that's a hugely important point. It's a macabre subject matter. I
I think what
realize
you're getting,
it's not something people want to think about, but yeah,
that's
a
all
lot
right.
of politics often is not very nice, man.
Well, because the spiritual side of Hegel was rejected. And this has everything to do with his critique of the French Revolution, which was devastating because that was his critique of the French Revolution. Violence was inherent to it because they posited this abstraction, this individual with equally abstract rights. Neither one of those things actually exist. They exist in the minds of those writing it. So it's like you trying to get a circle into a square hole. What do you got to do? You got to get a hammer and start pounding it until it finally goes through.
Well,
That's
yeah,
how it works. And one of
categories
the
of
most
mind
irritating
aren't
arguments,
categories of reality.
Exactly. And again, this is straight Hegelianism because they dealt with abstractions. the concept of class, which, by the way, I never thought that the working class was ever a concern for Marxists. I don't care wherever they go. It was a certain ethnic minority's drive to power. After a revolution, if you want to talk about Cambodia, I never used Kampuchea. Cambodia, after the battle with Lon Nol, who was a good man, who unfortunately had a stroke. It was the worst of the worst. Salazar Sar, as you said, Pol Pot. The very vices that win in a civil war are the last things you want when ruling a country. The literature on Cambodia is such a disaster, trying to claim that they were nationalists and everything else, which is you can't start from year zero and claim to be a nationalist. But it's the exact same thing. These people are motivated either by power or, in a Hegelian sense, by abstract notions that only exist in the mind. And when you already have rejected the soul and the fact that people actually matter, creations of God, then who cares if they live or die? You called it an experiment, and that's exactly what it was. And it doesn't matter. You can experiment on these people. It's no different than experimenting in any other aspect of matter. Being a materialist, that's why it's very difficult to be a consistent materialist, because you then can't, as you say, you really can't tell me why the destruction of all of Japan and all of Germany, slaughtering civilian populations, is a problem. They're just hunks of matter. But I'm irritated, and I think you hinted at this too, the concept that, well, these weren't real socialist states. The next person who says that to me, I'm going to punch them, because I am.
Well,
it is the most.
I don't understand how people can say the DDR wasn't a real socialist state. I mean, like, what is? Like, I don't. I mean, there's a case to be made. Okay, fine. There's a case to be made if you're some kind of anarcho-syndicalist or something, or some kind of out-and-out anarchist like Sacco and Manzetti or whatever his name was. Yeah, I'll take that argument. But if you're talking about a Marxist-Leninist state, you can't tell me that the DDR was not a Marxist state. That's a no true Scotsman claim.
Yeah, it's a common claim. I hear it all the time. It's stupid. My immediate answer to that was, okay, well, and I guess these aren't capitalist states then.
Yeah,
I could say that. It's a stupid. It's a reaction. If you remove, first of all, you're a materialist, and then you remove any conception of the market, you have a planning agency that actually controls all capital. Then how the hell will it not be a totalitarian system? How is it not a totalitarian system when every aspect of production and capital, it comes under state control? Man as a worker is what man is, so that means man is totally under state control. Now, I've never heard a good reaction to that except sarcasm or something like that. But it's the stupidest thing, because what exists on paper wasn't magically translated to reality. Therefore, these weren't.
I think it was fairly
real.
I think it was fairly consistent, especially in the case of Germany. I mean, I realized that the DDR was something of a rump state, but the mentioned material. I mean, these are the most sophisticated people in the world, and in terms of engineering and value-added manufacturing, they weren't. I mean, I'll accept the argument with qualifications if people are talking about China or North Korea or something, where it's like, okay, some sort of bastardized version of Marxism was adopted as some sort of developmental mechanism, and to bring in subsidies from the Soviets or whatever, when, despite the fact that the economy and style of life was equivalent to that of a sub-Saharan African backwater. But, like I said, in the case of the DDR, you can't make that argument. That even, the Soviet Union was so huge, I realized that the Muscovite proletariat was, a tiny fraction of the population, even among the vanguardists. It's like, well, okay, I mean, there was still a European aspect to Russia in socio-political terms, but the Soviets were very aware, the nomenclature was, of what the supposed telos was of Marxist-Leninism. I mean, Khrushchev's whole slogan when he was appointed general secretary was communism by the year 2000. This is all going to wither, and what replaces it is going to be what was intended to be realized, as a sort of like telluric utopia of endless abundance. So they were aware of it, and I think they were trying criteria for criteria. They were trying to match the United States. I mean, speaking of the space program, there's an overarching military imperative to the space program, or there was, but it was also, if you are the standard bearers of Marxist-Leninism, you have to demonstrate you were on the cusp of economic and political and social development. You have to lead the world in these things. That's why the Olympics were a huge deal. That's why, all these things were. Like, what really killed the Soviet Union's prestige in the world, I mean, I realized that it was long after they lost that kind of cachet in the first world, but in the developing world, they absolutely had that kind of animating momentum. Their inability to develop an indigenous high tech and computing industry, and that's really interesting because Andropov was aware of that too. I think about this a lot, but that was tangential. We're coming up on the hour, man.
Sort of tangential.
Yeah. But I'm not trying to sound like a commie who thinks with his stomach, but I got to go eat soon. Like, I only eat once a day, and this is coming up on my lunchtime. So,
hey, if you're on some kind of specialized diet, what could we say?
Oh no, I'm not on a specialized diet. I keep vampire hours. I eat once a day because my guts are kind of screwy, and plus too, like if I sit for a real long time, it gets uncomfortable. And I don't want to be a weirdo and like talk to you guys while I'm like lying down or something. So, plus, like I said, I think
that would be eccentric, not weird.
Fair enough. I'll lean into that, but also, like I said, I've been at this for a minute, and I think, especially if we're talking about complex theoretical subject matter, I think like 60 to 90 minutes is kind of the sweet spot. Like, shorter than that, and it's just an introduction. Longer than that, and people's eyes start to glaze over. So.
Well, when I was a professor at various universities, I had the 3-hour classes sometimes Wednesday or Thursday nights for, they were breaks and everything, but it was 3 hours sometimes of this material.
Yeah, it's brutal.
I don't know how I did it.
No, in law school,
but I did.
Like, my first year in law school, I went at night because I was working during the day, and I had a Saturday class in legal writing of all fucking things. And it went from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. and I was freaking dying by the end of that, man. Like, this Irish cop, he ended up going on to, this guy was a walking, talking cliche, but he was a good dude. He ended up becoming the honcho of the Fraternal Order of Police here. He used to, Jim McCarthy. If you're around Jim, hey, what's up? It's Thomas. But he used to pick me up at the Skokie Swift, and we'd drive to John Marshall Law School. Then as soon as we got out of there, we'd like hightail it somewhere for a beer
because he's Irish.
Well, Skokie,
because he's Irish,
Chicago.
But also we were fucking fried. But
the Skokie in Illinois, Chicago.
Yes, sir.
That's Skokie.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I'm a North Shore guy, so like when I go downtown a lot, I take the Skokie Swift, and I was he'd pick me up at the Swift because he was coming from near north, and it made sense for us to meet there, and I could get there easy by public trans. Then he'd pick me up. We get on 94, go down, get off at Congress Parkway, and then, because he was like a copper, we didn't have to pay for parking because you just like badge the parking people.
But I'm not detecting a Chicago accent.
Oh, what are you talking about? I got a Chicago accent. It's thick as fuck. I don't talk like Joe Pesci in Casino, but you better believe when I'm down south, people like, you fucking talk funny.
Or the okay, maybe or the super fans.
Yeah, I don't talk. I'm not a Polak, but like, yeah.
And you don't,
I definitely believe me, like
you don't have the sunglasses.
The Southerners definitely let me know that I have a shitty accent. I'm aware of it. It is there.
Oh no! The worst accent is Pittsburgh. I'm here to tell you.
Mine's nothing.
The worst accent is Pittsburgh.
Fucking great.
Or maybe Wisconsin. Maybe Wisconsin.
No, you're good. You're just the first person who's told me I don't have an accent. Everybody else is like,
no, I don't hear it. I don't hear it at all. Maybe a little bit. But I used to have a heavier New Jersey accent because that's where I was born
No,
and
it's because you're an
raised.
East
But I haven't
Coast
lived there
guy.
in
Yeah,
a
compared to
billion
East
years.
Coast peoples, like I probably sound like a fucking newsman. But compared to the rest of the country, compared to the rest of the country, like I've got like a discernible accent.
Well, I mean, I think my sister, God rest her soul, her New Jersey accent was heavy. I think mine has faded.
Yeah, no, yours isn't like
Since I was in the
offensively
Midwest.
heavy or something, but it's definitely there.
It is there. You
Yeah,
noticed
of
it.
course.
Okay.
I can tell you're
All
an
right,
East Coast dude right
all right.
away. You sound more like a New Yorker than a Jersey guy. But
Well, we're from Union County, which is just, we're just right over the very close
no,
to the
that's
tunnel.
why.
To
Yeah.
Manhattan.
No, I get. There's a lot of East Coast people here, like either on for work or because they relocated or whatever. So, and I've been out east a bunch of times. So yeah, but no, this was great, fellas. I guess Pete and I are going down to Nashville. Speaking of the Southland, and but yeah, we'll be. I think I get back, I guess, on the 16th. So yeah, sometime after the 16th, we'll do like part 3, man. If you guys are done with it, yeah,
reconvene. We'll keep this going.
I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed that the new kitten, the new Maine Coon, Cocaine Totalitarian, which is his name.
That's awesome.
Has not, long story behind it. Did not make an appearance because he's very rambunctious.
No, we like animals up in here, man. Like the Quiñones kitty makes an appearance a lot, and my buddy Anthony, his dog's always dipping, and the Jay Burden cat is always raising the hell. Like, yeah, we like cats, man. They're always welcome.
Yeah,
but
the little one I thought would be up here, but he's
no, the new guy's just being
somewhere.
shy. He'll get used to it, and then he can start participating.
Well, as a full-blooded Maine Coon, I know the whole family. I saw the whole family.
They're really big, right?
Humongous animal.
Yeah,
yes, okay, humongous animals, long hair. But this family was bigger than normal, and there was no adjustment. Normal
so
cats,
you got this like giant cocaine cat that's like as big as a person. That sounds kind of risky, man.
Well, his grandfather is the biggest cat that I've ever seen I have a picture of him. The biggest cat I've ever seen in my life. And boys, of course, are bigger than girls. And I have another one, and this is her little brother, Koki. And if he takes after his grandfather, it's like a medium-sized dog in here.
Yeah, no, I've never seen one in the flesh, but I've seen photographs of people like holding them, and yeah, I can tell they're like massive, man. Yeah.
Yeah, we do the same thing to show their growth. Hold them like this.
No, I'm an animal lover, man. I like all cats and dogs, man.
The Maine Coon is very different. They don't look like other cats. They look like lions. They have a mane.
Yeah.
Both.
That's what I thought when I first saw a picture of one. I thought it was like some domesticated wild cat or something. But yeah, they're like a bobcat or something. Like out in rural Oregon, bobcats are all over the place, and like if you have livestock, I mean they'll attack them. I mean you gotta, speaking of your plinking rifle, you gotta keep one on hand to deal with it. Like my buddy's dad years back, because he had chickens, he had a 30-30 that was exclusively for blasting bobcats because one of them killed a bunch of his chickens. But
well, I know the livestock guardian dogs, especially the Anatolian or the Turkish Shepherd, was 200 pounds. That's an investment.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes the Great Pyrenees is another one. 3 or 4 of them, and what's usually against coyotes, but it's not a whole lot of people are going to get through. I mean, animals are going to get through, because I know both bobcats and coyotes destroy so much.
Yeah. No, and they're vicious too. You don't want to go head to head with one unless you're properly armed, man. Like they'll.
Let alone what's going on with the wild pigs down south.
I've heard something about that.
A lot of people don't even know about.
One of the guys on one of the chats I frequent, that our friend Jay Burden are on, is like, yeah, one of the dudes down there was talking about that, and they're paying people to go out and like blast them. That's how much like a problem they are.
Well, yeah. Well, they're machine gunning them from helicopters.
That's awesome. They're treating them like
300
Kong pigs. Like
that's awesome.
Exactly.
You just don't lead them so much.
Multiply like crazy.
Well, no, I mean that's like and pigs taste really good too. So you can like blast.
I'm not sure about the big wild boar, because they tend to carry things.
Yeah, maybe not. But like the idea of blasting pigs from like a Huey and then getting to like eat pork sounds pretty awesome. But
I'm at a high enough
So that's exactly what
I'm
they're
at
doing.
a high enough elevation that I don't have to worry about pigs or anything like that. We just have deer and wild rabbit, but we don't really see anything like that around here,
no
or
dangerous
bear.
predators. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few states, I know Oklahoma, a few other southern states are really struggling with
Yeah,
them.
no, I
And
had
so
no idea
big.
about that until, like I said, one of the fellas. I thought he was joking, and then he's
Yeah.
like, "No," he's like, "It's a real thing, man. Like it's causing all kinds of
Yeah.
trouble."
Yeah, they're fast. They're 300 pounds. It's like a
Oh
lineman.
no,
300 pounds. They're fast.
a wild
And they do so
boar.
much destruction.
I mean, they got those big ass tusks and stuff, man. Like
Yep.
you don't want to be on the receiving end of that shit.
They're using 50 calibers, both on the ground and from helicopters, and they're barely holding out.
Man.
They're barely.
I would actually
getting,
pay to do that, to go on a helicopter and just give me an M60 or
I want
a 249. Give me a 249.
I want a Vulcan cannon. Or I want one of those. Yeah, I want one of those like mini Vulcan cannons that they used to mount on like Huey Cobras or whatever. I want to blast boars with like a General Electric Vulcan cannon.
I mean, you have, as if they don't have enough problems. You have invaders from Mexico and down south, and now the insane wild boars.
Yeah, mutated wild boars that can like take a 7.62
reproduce
round
like
and keep moving.
insanity. My God, I mean, these people, I don't know how they even function anymore between those.
It's because they're a bunch of like Ulster Scott savages who like can survive on like whiskey and strychnine. That's like a big part of my heritage, like biologically. I'm not just talking shit. I get it. There's something wrong with us, and we're like as hard to kill as cockroaches. But we also produce a lot of geniuses. So, and we also produced Andrew Jackson, who was like our greatest president. So,
all right, guys.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right. All the ways to support these guys are going to be in the show notes. Go and do it. And until the next time, part 3. Take care.
All right. I had fun, guys.
Always a pleasure.
See you next time.
Thank you, buddy.
I want to welcome everyone back to the Quiñones show. All right. I think I listened back to the last episode. Seems like we left off basically talking about left-wing Hegelians, talking about Marxists, talking about just basically what their worldview is, and how horrific it is, and how anti-human it is. So wherever you guys want to pick up from that, I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, it's just, Karl Marx and Feuerbach, they used Hegelian terminology because Hegel was by far the dominant philosopher of the day. He was as revolutionary as Kant was. He gave Kant content, and that content was the nation. So that's what that was a huge difference, rejecting, of course, being for the Ding an sich completely, as many of the German idealists did after him. I looked back at some of my older interviews, going way back, with something called the Antipodean Hour. I don't remember it, but the host thought that Hegel was a Jew, that he was a communist, that was taken for granted. Of course, I never read him, and I was on the show specifically to deal with that issue. And he was good. I mean, I convinced him, But Marx can't be put into action unless you have someone like Lenin. And certainly Trotsky. So, Marx might sound paper, but dialectics, well, we always think in those terms. It's just that we don't necessarily put it that way. Darwin was a great teacher of Karl Marx more than anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, dialectical materialism kind of starts with Newton, I think, because there's a abject hostility to what was, up until then, the conventional understanding of knowledge and reality, and this idea that man is essentially situated in the historical process and is the driving engine of that process. There's really not anywhere to start from other than to kind of bastardize what is well-established intellectual convention and just sort of appropriate it and turn it into this strange sort of crass humanism. So I think that's part of it. But also, there's something, there's an internal logic to, read Das Kapital. I can't say for certain because I'm not an expert on Marx and Engels, but the implication is that people like Hegel and people like Kant and people like Hume and basically every modern philosopher, they were perceiving a phenomena that was true, but they were falling back on these conceptual biases, and these horizons that had been superstructurally imposed, over what amounted to a process that was driven by the paradigm of labor and capital and imperatives that served those variables. So I think that would be the answer that true dyed-in-the-wool Marxist would proffer as to why what he's promulgating is basically a bastardized Hegelianism. He'd say, well, no, Hegel was misinterpreting the historical process by resort to these, fantastical things relating to God and, in their view, mysticism and stuff like that. Like I have, like I said, I'm not an expert, but I have read a lot of Marxist apologia, and that's the impression I get.
I certainly will put my knowledge of Marx up against anybody. I had no choice in grad school and afterwards. And although he was a terrible writer, he's someone it's important to know because he's one of these guys that gets quoted all the time or gets mentioned all the time, but very rarely read. And what he actually believed versus what we impute to him. And, the old patriot movement, that Protestant patriot movement all thinks that Hegel taught Marx and Marx was, Hegel was therefore a proto-Marxist. And when you read Marx's critique of the philosophy of right, you realize that's, when Hegel died, Marx was 13 years old. So it was not possible. Feuerbach was Marx's main teacher along with Moses Hess. But anyone who talks about spirit, now he has numerous ways he uses the word, can't possibly be. He was alienated in Marx's definition of the term. But when you read the critique of the philosophy of right, he can't handle the fact that you have a non-revolutionary way for classes to live together and work together. Now, I don't think Karl Marx ever believed in absolute equality. Nowhere does he ever say anything like that.
No.
Right. But the system, you see it in the phenomenology as well as the philosophy of right and his lectures and stuff like that. The concept, this development from family, as we talked about last time, family, civil society, the state. And in between civil society and the state were the guilds. That's not something that Karl Marx can handle very well. Now, some of Marx's claims were not without merit. That they seem to come out of nowhere. I happen to be a guild, kind of a national socialist, a guild national socialist, so to speak. Is one way to describe me, which is why Hegel was just so interesting to me. But he lays it out in a systematic way that no one else has ever done. Herder didn't do that. Trotsky never did that. None of these guys did that. And Bruno Bauer, another one of these weirdo left-wing Hegelians. Yes, Hegel did believe in God. He did believe in God's presence on earth. He did believe in providence. And what academics try to do is take, I think I mentioned this as well, but it's worth repeating, is they use words like community rather than the nation, and it drives me up a wall. I have an art. I think it's one of the papers that I sent that you posted. Reconciliation of our reason to the world around us. No, we live in a poisonous hole. What are you talking about? That's not what he's talking about. He has a very specific way. When someone is too big for these guys to ignore, like Dostoevsky, for example, or Gogol, or someone like that, they have to turn him into a liberal in one way or another. By the way, I said that approaching Hegel, you have to start with the secondary source. I went through this again. This is The Sociality of Reason, Terry Pinkard. This is my favorite book on the topic. It's the most accessible. He's an idiot and everything else, but that's what really got me through. And I've read it so many times, got me through the phenomenology and the logic and everything else. So if anyone's looking for those secondary sources other than my own, Terry Pinkard is the way to go. But he also is one of these guys that secularizes Hegel and refuses to use words like nation or ethnos.
Yeah, there's a dishonest vocabulary that's very deliberately insinuated. The thing about Marx, too, and something he was correct about, a lot of his sociological observations, there's plenty that were dubious, but there was others that were insightful. Of course, those observations are passed off as some sort of science, which is ridiculous, but nevertheless, the people in America, I don't think people, it's not entirely deliberate. People in academia, they don't really understand what Marx is talking about within his class conflict paradigm. He wasn't talking about class and the way it existed in pre-modern European political life. I mean, that's the whole point. One of the reasons the internal contradictions of late capitalism are going to bring it down in the Marxian view is because you have entire categories of people, who go from being very, very wealthy to being totally impoverished within 2 generations, and there's not any posterity to the structure, which means that even the vestigial incentives that existed well into the 19th century, by the time of Marx and his contemporaries, were evaporating. And that's another thing too. I think people don't understand the paradigmatic aspect of the bourgeoisie being at war with the aristocracy, which they have brought down, and they haven't replaced the traditional aristocracy in the Marxian paradigm. They've annihilated it. And they're on as much of an inimical footing against them as they are the proletariat, and vice versa. Like, that's why I made the point the other day on social media, because some goof was invoking this kind of boilerplate, half understood Marxist talking points. It's really weird for Americans to talk about class, like there's some sort of class system in America. I mean, that's bizarre in its own terms, but it's especially weird to talk about it in a kind of as if there's some kind of value-added manufacturing economy that exists here based on a national economics model, and there's this sort of enmity between labor and management. I mean, really the last time that had any, arguably around the time Reagan took the oath of office, you could say that that was kind of like the last gasp of that tendency, but I'd say it was dead even before then. People like to talk about Reagan shit canning the air traffic controllers and refusing to come to the table in in a traditional sort of capacity, as had been the order of the day since after the New Deal. But I mean, for all practical purposes, the air traffic controllers are a public sector union, and that's not the same at all. So I mean, I think it was dead anyway. But it's just there's a genuine. I mean, part of it is too. There used to be people used to cycle in and out of the university system. You have guys like Kissinger or McNamara, or guys who worked for, Procter and Gamble or Ford Motor Company or IBM, who'd go teach at a Harvard Business School for a semester. And then you had people like one foot in the real world. And then that gave way to these kinds of people who never left academia and sort of became the gatekeepers of it. And they've been out of the game for so long, they're still falling back on 1960s talking points, and this is kind of like perpetuates itself, because it's really, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's like there's guys like Emmanuel Wallerstein, like we talked about, who have their shit together, and
he's worth reading. I agree.
Yeah, he understands globalism. Obviously, I don't agree with his perspective on and his ethical claims, but structurally he understands globalism and what the post-industrial economy looks like, and what the global financial system, how it's configured. But he's the exception. Most of these people, they're just dummies. They have no idea. And talking about the working class in 2026 is just fucking goofy. It doesn't make any sense. Like who working class doesn't mean people with jobs or guys who go to work. It has a very discrete meaning, and it hasn't existed in decades.
The society that Karl Marx was making reference to, I mean, he really never left the library. I mean, it was Engels who owned a factory. No longer exists. The real tragedy is that people who realize that we live under an oligarchy, or increasingly, thanks to BlackRock, a monopoly. Well, who's against this? Well, there's only one man, Karl Marx. And that's something that Bakunin mentioned in the 19th century. And he explicitly said, as the leader of the anarchists in the First International, he said, it's because you have Rothschilds giving you money. You're a contradiction. You're a walking contradiction. And when when Marx threw him out, this is in Paul Johnson's book, Intellectuals, if I'm not mistaken. When Karl Marx threw him out, he was enraged, red-faced. There was anybody who would expose something like that, or say something like that, or come up against him like that. But beyond that, today you're talking to today's so-called Marxists. They have no conception of the ruling class. They don't know what the regime is. They live in their own world. I've dealt with them. It's been a while. In grad school, I dealt with them. They were friends of mine. So we could actually have rational conversations. They really believed that the ruling class was conservative and religious. And they used that to control the population. And I say, they could see that's not true. Oh, and they're racist, of course, despising black people. You can see on the TV screen that that's not true.
It's also, obviously it's not true, but also if there was this cadre of these reactionary, white Protestants who are massively bigoted, I mean, there'd be nothing much stopping them from doing, from deciding they want to like ethnically cleanse blacks. So that's what they wanted to do. Like, what's supposedly stopping this? What's supposedly stopping this, Gentile, reactionary, bigoted white ruling class from, like, who's holding a gun to their head and forcing them to pass things like the Civil Rights Act and placate this like 12% of the population that's kind of this lumpen element. Like, it's not that can never be explained. But then people fall back on something like, oh, it's just more profitable to lock blacks in prison. It's like, but you just said that like these people are a bunch of like crazed racists and all they care about is oppressing people or whatever. Like there's nothing that'd be stopping them from, say, like, like wiping out huge swaths of the population in categorical terms. But somehow they just decide not to do that. But it's not because of
these guys.
Yeah, and
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. But it's also, I don't something I realized is that people have a hard time, with the exception of people who truly understand political economy. And there's guys who work in high finance who they might not understand the theoretical foundations of the subject matter, but they understand how money works in terms of its velocity and its liquidity and things, and how it's utilized in political affairs and how markets impact and the manipulation of markets impact political events. But most people don't understand economics. It's kind of this weird category that you either grasp or you don't. And that's a major aspect of it too. And I don't think economics has necessarily gotten more complicated, but I think it's gotten a lot more abstract. And Schumpeter wrote about that. He had a different take than Spengler. In some ways, Schumpeter's view, I mean, they were very different kinds of thinkers, but in some ways, Schumpeter's views were much at odds with the Spenglerian view of economic life and things. But the primacy of money in at global scale. Schumpeter made the point that the basic parameters of national economics and global economics, subsequently, it becomes less and less intelligible to not just the common man, but even people who are relatively insinuated within the system in a way that gives them perspective that others wouldn't have. And I think that's a real thing, because just the way people talk about money, it's clear to me they don't really understand it. And they don't understand the difference between an economy based on high finance and usurious instruments and an economy based on value-added manufacturing. They're a lot different, and in the way that policy impacts these things. And the transition from America being a hub of vertically integrated value-added manufacturers to being essentially the center of finance capital and not much
Right.
else. They don't understand the implications of that and how that changes things. And
the simple fact.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
The simple fact that your typical so-called democratic socialist today, which doesn't make any sense. Socialism is democracy in their mind. The big problem is that they refuse and can't talk about Jews.
That's part of it.
I know this is a very, blunt point to make, but very non-Hegelian, but Hegel had no interest in them either. Part of the reason for the corporations and the state was to control that element. But talking about, the wealthy or the 1% and not talking about Jews is absurd. I've always used the example of claiming to be a specialist in Tibet and not knowing anything about Buddhism. It's absolutely impossible to do, and they simply cannot. And to a great extent, many of these socialists are Jewish themselves. But let me, if you don't mind, let me bring it back to Hegel just a little bit. I was thinking before we came on the air. Actually, I was mowing the lawn, and I was thinking, how can I summarize, and it's relevant to what we're talking about too, Hegel's way of thinking. I like you said, I always overestimate the knowledge of my. I think I have my audience is pretty solid, but the public ignorance is extraordinary. But it comes down to the concept of spirit, and this is why Marx, despised him so much. Spirit is the ground of everything. It's the ground of the ethical order, the realm of laws and customs. That is to say, of course, ultimately the nation. You can't talk about laws and customs without the nation's language. That is a part of natural law, inherent to the human mind. We interpret them individually, but always within the communal consensus. That's as far as I'm willing to go there. Spirit is Hegel's term, usually used to denote the collective consciousness of a society, a nation seen as subjective, that they realize they are part of a community. It's one thing to objectively be a part of a nation. Like most whites in America, they have no subject. Objectively, they are. Subjectively, they have no connection with it. Has to be both. You have to both be objectively a nation as well as subjectively. You have to realize it. The communal dimension of consciousness is expressed in ethnic culture. And in the original, in the German, he does, talk about that. We've mentioned this before. And it's only partly expressed in physical forms. Spirit is located neither in objects, but it's also not necessarily located in the mind. It's almost Platonic. It's almost the non-material realm of forms, the immaterial fullness of the people. And, self-awareness or self-consciousness. I mean, you can't get any harder core Hegel than this. The fact that we are aware and that we can perceive ourselves, it comes into existence because the world isn't just objects. It also is other people. We can reflect on our own thinking and action, but we also have to be aware that others can do the same. Nothing exists in isolation. There is no vacuum anywhere. Human beings are totally communal, could never be anything else. And we've mentioned this already, the struggle of recognition. The abstract struggles, two opposing tendencies arising in and from self-consciousness. The first moment when the self and the other meet, making self-consciousness possible. Whenever that actually happens, you realize you're not the only person on the planet. And any claim that you make, any demand that you have has to be recognized by others. And also that where you're conscious that the other is a perceiver, not just another thing. Otherness and pure self-consciousness are mutually opposed moments. I know we I always thought that the master-slave stuff with Hegel, I never quite grasped it. He uses these weird metaphors in the middle of the phenomenology, going through master-slave, skeptic, stoic, etc. And I guess he's sort of talking about actual historical development.
I think he is.
Then sometimes I think he's talking about individual development.
I mean, it's both.
And communal development.
But the original, such that class paradigms do exist. I mean, they are a real thing. They've largely ceased to exist in the new world. The master slave dichotomy and the interdependence between those two aspects of a human social organization, that is the first relationship. Like we talked about, that slavery precedes written language. That's why it's bizarre to single out not slavery qua slavery, but only American slavery and the enslavement of blacks, who were a tiny minority of people who were enslaved in planetary terms. and acting like this is this bizarre and unique evil that is first among evils. That really, yeah, like man is fallen and man is depraved, and obviously, but this idea that chattel slavery is this unconscionable evil, and that's really strange. That's a really strange account, and just the fact that that was the original paradigmatic class relationship means that it's sort of the starting point of political sociology, and that would also suggest, it's hard coded into human beings, and to your point, there's no such thing as a discrete individual in ontological terms. So man's first experience of, the social aspect of political life is the master-slave paradigm. Well, that would suggest that it's really the foundation of his political consciousness, and that I think particularly in continental philosophy, like I said, I raised Ernst Jünger the other week because I think Jünger was a lot more of a developed thinker than Nietzsche in a lot of ways, which really is a minority take. But the Jünger's Jünger had an idea, like Jünger posited the equivalent of the right-wing equivalent of New Soviet Man, which was the person of the anarch, and the anarch is neither a master nor a slave. That he's the complete realization of higher development within an Aryan-derived culture, because he's totally transcended that paradigm, and he doesn't require it to produce culture and to engage in the process of value creation, because he's just totally transcended it. And that's a revolutionary prospect, because even like what we're really talking about, what really is the enduring and perennial dynamic between human populations at scale, is the master-slave paradigm, even though it emerges under different guises, and there's no longer slavery in the conventional sense. But that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about race relations, or we're talking about the tension between the global South and the inability of the developed world after 1945 to deal with these populations. Like, they're no longer able to abide a master caste role, so they do totally dysfunctional things. Like, they either lock blacks in prison en masse, or they decide they're going to try and socially engineer what they perceive as these pathologies out of colored people, or they're going to pretend that they're going to try and deliberately dumb down, the ruling element, even if it is like in an affected capacity, to try and generate an appearance of homogeneity. Like, that's where all these pathologies derive from, I think. And so, yeah, it's a very concrete thing.
Well, the very fact.
It's not metaphorical. Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
The very fact that man's first reaction, and this is quite abstract for him, to the encounter with the other is to kill him. There's this Hobbesian thing that eventually they have to cooperate. There's a victor and then there's a loser. That seems to be the origin here. To dominate them, to render them harmless. And yeah, when I write, I usually have enslaved in quotes for that very reason that you said. I include even things like employees there. Any subordination. It's just a very odd way to be. He could have made the same point in a million other ways, but Hegel's nuts. So, but domination seems to be built into the fallen human mind as a way of assimilating the world to ourselves. That early stage, which never quite leaves many of us, the mind sees the other, and that's abstract in Hegel's sense, as an object, never a subject. This is what Kant was going on about. The fact that another man is free and rational, which are two sides of the same coin, makes him a man, makes him a human being, hence deserving of respect. Now, that's a big statement, because I'm not so sure. I don't know what percentage of actual functional human beings are both free and rational. That's a lot of work.
Well, yeah,
But
I mean, most people aren't, and that that doesn't mean most people are natural slaves, but a substantial percentage are.
Yeah.
And I know people don't like talking that way in America. No, I mean, they don't.
think so.
People on the right, they're like, oh, who's a natural slave? It's like, well, I don't know, man. Look around you. Look at the sort of relationships people, like entire populations, cultivate at scale. There's a slim minority of people who are not at all comfortable taking orders, not owing to some kind of vanity or some sort of misplaced self-importance. They're just not people suited to that role. And there's if not a raw majority, there's a sizable plurality of people where all they are coded to do is take orders. And in the absence,
John Adams talked about that.
Yeah, in the absence of that, in the absence of that dynamic, it's like they go crazy. They don't know what to do, or they totally deteriorate and self-destruct, or yeah. I mean, well, like look at the perverse way that these look at the perverse way that the left like the true believers among these people, not the ones manipulating the psychological environment. Look at the way they talk about the regime and the police and stuff. It's not, I want to kill you because, because I'm Spartacus and I'm trying to break out of this dynamic. It's, you're not treating me well. You're not abiding your obligation as master. You're not educating me and caring for me as you should. You're being a poor father. Like, that's what they're saying.
I never thought about it that way before.
Yeah, well, nobody thinks that way of natural slaves.
I do. But I don't use the word slave, but I understand coming straight from our second president, John Adams.
I mean, the relationship of somebody like you or me to the police, I just want them to leave me the fuck alone. And I find them upsetting and potentially dangerous. I look at them like I would a wild animal or something. I don't look at them as like, I need you to solve my problems, and if you don't do it right, you're not treating me the way you should be treating one of your charges. It's like fascinating if you've ever like been around like black folks and the way they relate to the cops and stuff, because like you see it, and like the cops talk to them like they're little kids, but that's like what they respond to in kind.
Right.
And I mean, to be fair, there are like white lumpins who are like that too.
That's right.
But, you can't tell me this is just something that they've all been brainwashed into abiding. Okay. I mean, like, it's not, that's just one very on the nose example, but that's the reason why, if you try to develop cultivate a majoritarian consensus of, hey, the state as structured is obsolete, people aren't going to understand what you're talking about. Not just because intellectually they don't fully grasp it, and its parameters of, what we're talking about and sort of the way power is configured, but they also, they can't imagine there not being this sort of tangible and familiar, relatively concrete and conceptual terms, authority apparatus that sort of organizes, that they can organize their existence around. They require that in some basic way. So like that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that can perennially sustain an obsolescent structure of sovereign authority, because it can't, but it can absolutely preserve its lifespan beyond what would be its natural expiration date. I mean, you're seeing that happen right now. I'm always saying I put the regime as structured. It's actively ceasing to exist, but it's going to be probably 200 years before that fully comes to fruition. But like absent that variable of the body politic and its psychological aspects, it would probably be more like 50 years. But it's probably neither here nor there because you can't factor out the psychological makeup of the body politic from historical analyses. But this is an important point, and natural slavery is real. It's not just some conceit of Aristotle that was then picked up by a bunch of haughty aristocrats or something. Yeah, go ahead.
That is very true.
Let me jump in there. Let me jump in there. Building off what you said there, Thomas, that the state is obsolete. It's becoming an anachronism. Would Hegel say that if someone who was trying to save it was doing everything they could to keep it propped up, and may even know better, would be, for lack of a better term, in sin by doing so?
I mean, probably not. I mean, you probably wouldn't characterize it that way. It's he would probably say that, or he'd probably suggest that, the effort to shore up those obsolescent forms would in turn provoke a reaction that would then lead to this restructuring of, sovereign authority, which would in turn, through the cunning of reason and possibly civil war at greater or lesser scale, resolve with, a new but at the same time familiar form that would be able to command the loyalty of at least an adequate plurality of the body politic. That's basically what happened during the French Revolution in like most like bloody way imaginable. That's the most extreme example, but it's also why it's the case in point. And look at what that resolved in ultimately was what we'd think of as kind of the pure Westphalian state for about a century and a half. But what did it lead to? Like the anarchy of the reign of terror, it like literally led to like the emergence of some god emperor. And ironically, a lot of guys who'd been Jacobins once everything went to hell. I mean, they became the most. They became arch loyalists of Emperor Napoleon. There you go. I think it speaks for itself. That's not some anachronism or some odd outlier.
The concept of aristocracy was taken for granted when the United States was founded. It was understood that maybe 3% of the population would be able to vote. I think that 3 or 4%. Because those are the people who were free. They were economically free. They were, what we would call low-level aristocrats. They had the time to study things, to understand things. And there weren't that many people. So they would, in their districts, they would elect one every 2 years, another one. And that's what representation meant. I don't know where someone told the world that everyone has to know what politics is. The notion that everyone voting. I mean, I don't vote as a matter of principle, but I remember Michelle Obama going on saying that voting, you don't need to know anything. You just should do it as a civic duty. You should be punished. Australia or New Zealand punishes you for not voting. Somewhere down there. And as if this isn't a highly technical field. Of course.
Well, that, and it's also
political science and political philosophy.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's a bizarre conceit. Well, it's also too this idea that people having different roles in human existence, like somehow suggests like greater or lesser value. Like something people don't seem to understand. They got this idea that the world of 1789 was just like now, but there wasn't the internet and vacuum cleaners or something. So everybody was like we won't let women vote because they're bad and stupid. When in reality, it's like, well, there's a slim minority of men who decide things like war and peace questions, and they're the ones who are going to die, in event of a race war with
We talked
Indians.
about that before.
Or they're going to be, or like they're going to be blamed if things go wrong. That's why the responsibility falls on them. Like this idea that, oh, if I'm not voting, I'm not good enough. Like that's the way like a mentally retarded 5-year-old would think about things.
It's exactly. And don't insult retarded 5-year-olds, please.
Yeah.
But
well, of course, they don't understand either that it was Helen of Troy launched 1,000 ships, which then led to like a bloodbath. It wasn't some like random middle-aged fat guy who like made that happen. Like obviously, women play a fundamentally important role in these existential affairs. But yeah, this fetish for voting like makes I don't understand. I honestly don't understand it.
Well,
and the idea that I'm a bad person for not proffering a mandate to a regime, even if it's not abiding its obligations and is behaving immorally or illegally. I mean, that's preposterous beyond belief.
Well, Hegel mentions the French Revolution more than once in his philosophy of right. And it comes from the idea of what is purely negative. It's a misunderstanding of freedom. It's the American conception of freedom. That I could do whatever I want so long as it doesn't impose too badly on anyone else. It doesn't give you anything to do with that freedom. And I'm telling the world that most people have no idea what to do with the freedom given to them. In fact, this freedom is awful. When the existentialists came around, still part of the Hegelian 19th century, they realized that we make choices based on almost zero information, and yet we're 100% responsible for it. Tsar Nicholas II saw his office, like all czars did, many monarchs did, as when it was you talk about absolute monarchy, it was absolute responsibility. Anything that happened, it was their fault, even if technically it wasn't. And of course, their enemies made a lot out of that.
But yeah, I mean, who the hell wants that job? I mean, that's
right.
People
the people who want power shouldn't be given power.
Yeah, people this idea that being the czar or being the emperor, the Kaiser of the German Reich or the Holy Roman Emperor, they have this idea that it's like some cross between being like Hugh Hefner and Elon Musk. Like in reality, it's awful. It's a tremendous. I mean, there's you accomplish a sort of immortality through your lineage that most common men don't, but the trade-off is pretty brutal and
absolutely.
Yeah, your life is going to be rather loveless.
This is when it comes to voting and everything else. Power is not something that any normal person should seek. It's almost a pathological mentality that wants.
Well, yeah, that's why you have these like bizarre losers like Piggy Bill Clinton or these sociopaths like Trump who are in love with the limelight despite having no understanding of.
Well, that was when Donald Trump announced his candidacy back in, I guess it was 2015. I was surprised. I mean, I grew up, being from New Jersey. I grew up with him all the time, the boxing matches and everything else. He never uttered a political word in his entire life. And
I thought it was weird. I thought it was weird when he reappeared in the 2000s. When he became like Mr. Reality TV. I'm like, this guy, I'm like Donald Trump, that goof from the 80s, like this dude's still around. But yeah, I mean, I think it was kind of the absence. It was a weak field of competition. You know what I mean? Despite regime media said like a lump of dog shit could carry a general election against Mrs. Clinton. who was literally the most hated political figure of the last 100 years. I mean, it was an odd convergence of circumstances, and but yeah, I thought Trump. I mean, even notwithstanding his ascendancy to the Oval Office, I thought it was odd that he was able to stage a comeback in the 2000s. But what do I know?
I agree. But not saying anything political, and now he, at least on paper, is in charge of making very, very complex foreign policy decisions. Worried me a little bit. He went into this claiming I'm going to clean house, and Nixon did the same thing. I think that was Nixon's phrase. In fact, Nixon was an intellectual. He knew far more. Donald Trump didn't know what he was getting into. He didn't realize how bad things were, what the media can do to somebody. I've never come across a media assault against a man as they've done to him ever since he mentioned something very mild about limiting illegal immigration. I think, if I remember right, it was Sears was the first corporation to say something way back, and then I looked it up and I realized so much of the elite American economy is based on, or at least dependent upon, illegal immigration.
Oh yeah.
They need these people.
Yeah. No, in Trump's case, the full spectrum assault against Trump. I mean, Trump's a cipher. Trump, the guy, is not important. The fact that, speaking of Nixon, the fact that the silent majority, which is really the Wallace coalition, the fact that they reemerged and mobilized and were able to have a dispositive effect on the outcome of a national political contest. That's why the inner party decided they had to annihilate Trump, or try to. Trump the guy doesn't believe in anything. Trump the guy would he'd stick his head in a fucking urinal if he thought that it would get him clout. Like he doesn't. He's not right wing, or he.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I think Trump probably does think that there is like an emergency on the southern border, because like everybody thinks that. Despite what Zionist media claims, like this isn't some controversial far out opinion. That's just what anyone's not a fucking idiot thinks. Yeah. But I don't think Trump is like. I don't think, and I think he's basically like a Zionist. Like I think he's not just mouthing platitudes. He actually really does think Israel is some great country. But other than that, I don't think he has like a political worldview that's at all developed or consistent.
Well,
if the inner party was smart, no, go ahead.
When I think of that kind of the opposite of that, I think of Assad in Syria.
Yeah, Assad's a man. So was his father.
A doctor, of course, ophthalmologist. In Britain, I think.
Yeah,
it was only because his brother Basil was killed in a car accident that he.
Yeah, he was a reluctant president, and and lo and behold, he ended up forced into the role of warlord. No, Assad and his whole family they're a great
kind of power. That's why I always respected the man very much.
No, Syrians are a great people. Well, also, of course, too, America literally sided with Al Qaeda against a secular Alawite who had an ecumenical disposition.
That whole
that's literally insane. Like that. America literally changed sides in the war on terror. That's never happened before.
Yeah, I've written on that, as you know, up and down.
That's not just politics making strange bedfellows.
It's a neighbor of Israel who was this close to first world status.
No, Syria was a highly developed country, and but also too they, a lot of National Socialists helped build modern Syria. So that's another reason why they were slated for annihilation. But it's literally unprecedented what America did there. That would be like if in '74 Ford said, we're allying with Hanoi now, and we're going to back the North Vietnamese army. And everybody shrugged and said, like, okay, that's cool. Like some guy, I got banned from some guy. There's like this GWAT vet bro. And he's like, yeah, I deployed to Iraq and then to Syria. I'm like, he's like, I joined up after 9/11. I'm like, okay, so did it strike you as weird that you were fighting on behalf of Al Qaeda in Syria? And like, he didn't answer me. He's like nuked me. Did we lose Doc J?
Yeah, I think he's gone. He'll probably come back in. He's had some, when we were recording recently, we've had some connection issues.
No, I remember from last week. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But the last time we recorded the Eileen book, Unresisted Evil by Force, we lost him for the his like internet went out in the last 10 minutes, so was able to. Here he comes. There he goes. We'll have him back in and finish this up. Just waiting on him. Yeah, I'm way out
I'm
more
here
in the middle of fucking nowhere than he is, and I'm not. I don't have problems.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. This is it's been very recent. Anyway, hopefully it sticks. Whatever causes this nonsense.
Well, we're at about the 50. We're at about the 54
I think the last thing
mark, and,
I didn't hear a lot of what you.
It's okay. I was just kind of ranting about things that make me upset.
Yeah, if you had anything you wanted to close with, we're at about
I have
the
a few
54-minute
couple
mark,
things
and we
to
can
say.
close. Sure, go ahead.
How about this? Again, I'm always thinking of how do I, because I had to teach this to students many times. How do you teach Hegel to sophomores without sounding, So I think of the dialectical form of thought. It brings Hegel to argue that reason involves a self-conscious individual struggling to assimilate things around him, while also having to fend off other cells seen as a threat. It's like Descartes, I think, therefore I am, is ridiculous. Because this is an isolated person. This is the one thing that you can't deny. But all aspects of this, well, who are you? Where did you come from? Are you self-sustaining? Someone gave birth to you. All those questions make a mockery of that. Reason in Hegel's world brings consciousness to fit particular phenomenon into categories. But there's always a certain amount of uncertainty because things exist within a spectrum of variations. The phenomenology, the argument that the self gains self-consciousness as an autonomous agent only by interacting with other autonomous agents. But that takes a long time. And ultimately, and critics, especially Jewish critics of Hegel, claim that he is a precursor of the Third Reich, and I agree.
Yeah, I do too.
The system, the social nationalism is found in everything he does. In Hegel's, he rejected the state of nature nonsense. Social relationships are inherent to the mind. No man could exist without society, for the same reason that a fact can't exist without a logical structure that makes it a fact. We fight against others. We soon realize just how dependent we are on each other. Fighting might be an expression of someone's autonomy, but it can't last. Since first, it can't achieve mutual recognition, and second, you have if you want to build something, it's not going to last.
Yeah, that's affirmative.
And this is where even that, will fall apart, as we've talked about before. And he goes through this other very eccentric system, Stoicism, skepticism, and all the rest of it. But these failed ideologies itself comes to realize that adequate recognition can only be achieved within an institutionalized order of rights that secures genuinely mutual recognition. That's the national culture. It has to be. You're talking about.
Exactly.
What else could it be? You have to speak the same language. You have to have the same basic moral code. Generally speaking, you have to have the same religion. At least successful nations have generally been built around.
This idea can be factored out is ridiculous, and it's anti-human, and it's anti-reason. Yeah, that goes without saying. Definitely.
So that's what they'll say. And Terry Pinker being one of them. An institutionalized order. He'll say anything rather than say the nation or the ethnos taking physical form.
Well, yeah, I mean they did the same thing with Fichte and with Nietzsche and with Schopenhauer. Everybody's like some gay Jewish liberal. That's why without naming any names, that's why these guys who think that there's like something worthwhile to like extrapolate from Strauss, they got their fucking head up their ass. But I don't mean to be abrupt. I got to raise up. I need to lie down, man. My symptoms are really bothering me today. Sorry for being.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh no, it's just because it's gonna rain. I'm not playing martyr. I just didn't want to seem rude.
It's okay.
Like, yeah. But yeah, this was great, man. We can. Other than Friday night I got dinner plans with one of our comrades coming to visit me. But beyond that, the rest of this week, my time within reason belongs to me. So if you guys want to reconvene anytime, that's great. Or if you want to hold off till next week or whatever, or the week after, that's fine too. Just let me know.
I'm easy.
All right, cool.
Yeah, no problem.
I will link all of your links in the show notes, and make sure people go over and support both Thomas and Dr. Johnson, please.
Boy, howdy. Thank you, fellas. All right, yeah. I'll we always
talk to you again, my friend.
But yeah, I'll be in touch with you guys soon.
All right, stay in the room till everything uploads.
Yeah, I will.
Thanks. Bye. I want to welcome everyone back to the Quiñones show. Dr. J and Thomas are back. So, gentlemen, I'm going to hand it off to you. I don't know. You guys have probably fielded some comments about this series so far. So wherever you want to take it, I think people are going to be happy with it. So whoever wants to start, just go. Well,
I tell you, I'm irritated. I have my dog with diabetes at the vet, and he had a rough spot, pancreatitis. And there's a guy there. There's a black guy that they just hired. It was all white practice. He doesn't know anything. He's not a doctor. God knows.
Yeah, many such cases, unfortunately.
He is a assistant of some. He is completely incompetent. I'm shocked that I had to spell cocaine. Yeah, it's awful. And he wasn't able to do anything right. He didn't know where anything went. He just was a very ignorant person, hired, I think, because he was a very dark-skinned man. And, he heard cocaine totalitarian as my cat's name, too. Nothing. No reaction. What kind of person has no reaction to that? Or my address, for that matter. Who has no reaction to that?
Yeah, no, it's
you just
incredible.
Not get it? I know, but whenever I do...
Well, there's something that's been in my mind because I don't drive, so I take Uber a lot, when it's not feasible to take public transportation. And more, and I'm not just talking about like weird mystery meat foreigners. There'll be some like zoned out black guy, and to be fair, occasionally it's some like mixed race or arguably white guy. You're like, hey, how you doing? They'll give this like blank, dumb look. Like they won't like mean mug you like they're being aggressive. It's like it doesn't compute. Like a human's talking to me. Like what is that? I mean, there's like this, and it's not just the kind of, and it's not just young people either. It's like these mutants. They don't understand basic communication. And I'm sure that the fact that at least here it seems like half of these guys go around like smoking medical grade cannabis all day. I mean, I'm sure that doesn't help, but it's that didn't used to happen. Like you go into a McDonald's or get in a cab, even if there was like a weirdo or a hood rat or some foreign guy there, you wouldn't like speak to him and have him like ignore you, but give you this kind of like blank, befuddled look. You know, I think it's
That's right. That's a new thing. That's a new thing. Besides all that, it's 93 degrees here. This
it's over
right.
100 here. It's awful.
My ancestors weren't meant for 93 degrees. You know, well, I didn't. You know, I don't know where you are, but I didn't. It's got to be worse in Alabama. But, oh well. I want to start things off though on Hegel this way. Get this. This is what I complain about all the time. This is Hegel's Ethical Thought by Alan W. Wood, which for the basics is not bad. Is not bad. Get into the problems of ethical life, modern ethical life, chapter 14. Let me read this here. The philosophy of right, of course, his final work on political theory, is both an ethical theory and a social theory. It's an ethical theory based on the conditions for human self-actualization in the modern world, an attempt to show that modern social institutions provide for self-actualization. We will look at selected parts of Hegel's attempt to defend modern society and some of its problems. As a social observer, Hegel is subtle and far-seeing. Difficulties he encounters in demonstrating the rationality of the modern state are seldom merely theoretical mistakes. They usually point to practical problems of the modern ethical life in which we are still living. He does nothing like that. That's if I had to write what the opposite of Hegel was, defending modernity as such would be the last thing I would say.
Yeah, and like this guy's some dickhead who'd say that like the zenith of the Hegelian state is socialized medicine or something, and like the human being can only be fully actualized if he gets like a healthcare card from some failing government.
Yeah, I don't know who's worse. These, the Protestant right wingers who claim to know what Hegelian dialectics is and make fools of themselves, or that guy. This is what happens whenever Hegel's obviously too big to ignore. So you either condemn him to the skies or rewrite him. That's what they're doing.
Like I said, there's not, especially after World War II, when one of the reasons it wasn't just a social engineering effort, to send everybody to college and to train people, to be office drones and factory managers in service of the Cold War. It was also a way of sterilizing academe, because it kind of needs to be a closed cabinet, because you can't just educate millions of people on the nuances of continental philosophy. Just like you can't make everybody competent. You can't make every adult man or woman competent in trigonometry either. Okay, so there was a practical aspect where we're just going to redact any treatment of metaphysics and any traditional discussion of philosophy from the curriculum, but also the way that American academe deals with it. They just do what Alan Bloom did. They say that Europe was a dysfunctional culture because of the authoritarian personality intrinsic to its development and its militarism and its racism. So the source of all evil, including moral relativism, is Hegel and Heidegger and Schopenhauer. That's incredibly Jewish. But also that's but that's what they do. And then it's the fact too that these say that then there's these guys who think they're right wing, who say like, well, Strauss wasn't that bad, because he at least forwarded some critiques of liberal degeneracy, like whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. But
I've read a lot of Strauss over the years.
Yeah, it's garbage. But
I disagree.
Okay, but
so that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, but the point being that there's not the conceptual vocabulary for people to have a discussion of continental philosophy in some institutional setting these days, which is fine. We don't need those institutions anymore. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, right. Of course, they can't. I don't. Whether it be anything by what I liked about Strauss was his defense of classical philosophy. That was my big thing.
I understand.
And I've cited from that a million times. But you have professors who struggle reading him, let alone Hegel.
Of course.
Of course. If the standards keep going down, Leo Strauss is not an easy read either.
Oh no.
For The City and Man is a book I'm talking about, and natural rights and that kind of thing. That's what I stick to with him.
Yeah, Natural Right and History is an important book. Like when I say Strauss is garbage, I don't mean he's not intellectually rigorous. I mean his conclusions are it's typical Jewish exegesis that's intrinsically punitive. Strauss, the guy, I actually have some respect for. Like I said, he stuck up for Mircea Eliade when the Department of Justice was trying to nail him to the wall for his association with the Iron Guard, and he was, he was at risk of losing his ability to make a living. Strauss went to bat for him very publicly, but I resent it profoundly.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I resent it profoundly when these guys are supposedly, these like dissident intellectuals who are like, yeah, Strauss is just great. It's like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm not you.
See, I've not come across that.
Like, yeah.
No, I've not come across that very much. I've come across him that he's a neocon, even though he's hardly ever talked about foreign policy.
That's why these fools, all these guys who like for some reason like glaze Curtis Yarvin, who's like admittedly some like weird Jewish liberal, like these are the same assholes who think like Strauss is great. They think like they think Curtis Yarvin is some like rare genius whose half-assed musings over the years like changed everything because he was he's critical of he's critical of immigration policy. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's great, bro. It's a similar kind of thing.
I have a short book out on Alistair McIntyre.
Yeah, I've got some of his stuff on my bookshelf.
I don't even remember where it came from, but it's a tremendous critique of. I mean, he kept the flame alive in at least the most abstract way. The thesis of my book is he never talked about any tradition or society in particular.
No.
He always spoke in the abstract.
Yeah, he's like the Catholic social teaching version of John Rawls. I've got After Virtue on my shelf, at least. Yeah, this was like 20 years ago, and it was interesting because, it's not, I think McIntyre, I think he's dead. I think he's long dead. I can't even remember, but I think
actually he was about 1 million years old. I thought he's recently dead, and he was almost 100.
Interesting.
Yeah.
If memory serves, After Virtue was the first edition came out in 83 or something. So I mean, it wasn't like it was some fresh. What's that? It wasn't like it was some fresh title, but it started appearing in earnest in the 2000s, especially in internet discussions, and a lot of right wing guys. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, like they were selective in what they'd utilize, but that's why I went out and bought it. I mean, I know about Catholic social teaching. I went to Loyola, but that came to inform a lot of people's sensibilities, as they kind of left the conservative reservation. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he's called a medievalist. He's called a Thomist. There is nothing. I've read everything he's ever written. There is nothing in his writing that would suggest either one of those things. He's a modernist through and through. He talks about the necessity of tradition and bonding a people together, but only an abstract tradition, and a tradition that you can critique whenever you want, but not a specific one. He doesn't point to anybody, because if he did, he'd be in trouble. A Tony in Germany or something like that. He'd have to defend it, or even the Polish for that matter. He'd have to defend it, and he didn't want that trouble. So he used the most abstract terminology. And so he went on for pages and pages about nothing because it was purely abstract, and it drove me crazy. Yes, he has.
Well, yeah, he reminds me.
He does.
Well, his favorite, his favorite signifier is virtue ethics, which is kind of without a concrete understanding of how that develops in praxis. Like it doesn't mean anything. He's a more, yeah, I'm not, I think he kind of reminds me of Harvey Mansfield. Harvey Mansfield was held out as this like incredible social conservative when he really, yeah, he'd write these midwit books that said absolutely nothing. There were some like soft as softball can be critique of, some of the grossest excesses of things like, campus feminism and homosexual activism. And people would act like this was some groundbreaking, incredible stuff and some essential aspect of the right wing canon. I think I think Roger Devlin. The first thing I read Roger Devlin was a big takedown of Mansfield, but he didn't name him. I mean, I think McIntyre's far more serious than Harvey Mansfield, but it's the same sort of thing, I believe.
Yeah, no, he's definitely he was a serious philosopher, but he gets put in this category as if he represents that tradition. He doesn't, not at all. And even in the rare cases he comes close to it, he says, well, that could be critiqued by any member of that society. He doesn't. I know he understands. He just can't say it. I couldn't function the way I do if I were in academia today. I couldn't do it. I couldn't say what I'm saying. I couldn't speak the truth. I couldn't. I'd have to be like him. My career would be sounding like Alistair McIntyre if I were an academic, functional, tenured academic somewhere today.
These days, unless you need, outside of very discrete subject areas in the hard sciences, where you actually need, access to a proton accelerator or something, there's absolutely no reason for institutional affiliation. And like even some of that, like I'm very much a layman in hard sciences and stuff like theoretical physics. In addition to that, but one of my favorite podcasts is the Event Horizon podcast. It's an astronomy guy who runs it, and a lot of these astronomers and like these guys who have kind of brought back SETI in a localized and crowdfunding capacity. Like these guys went to like MIT or whatever or Stanford, but they don't. They're if they want access to some of these radio telescope arrays or something. They basically make a phone call to somebody who knows somebody and they're like, hey, can my guy get access, on such and such a date? And generally it's happening, so even in research heavy fields where you need, permanent fixed equipment and like lab access. I mean, you don't need to fuck with institutions anymore, man. In fact, it can be self-defeating in terms of your ability to make a living, Yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, it would just be a matter of time for me, and it would be a shame. I'd have to lie. I'd have to do it. I'd have to speak in the abstract all the time, never mentioning any particular society. But it's useless then when he's talking about it.
I think some of these guys just don't care, though. I think they're either burned out on they're burned out on the entire process of publishing, so they abide in easy. I mean, if you're university affiliated, but you're not hustling to raise money and you're not publishing, like there's really not much for you to do, And if they can't fire you, it's like, okay, so you teach your freshman seminar plus your two other classes for the week, and then you just kind of like fuck around in your office, And I think some guys they just don't care. And
they do very little work. They make a lot of money. They do very little work.
Yeah,
that's your upper level of academia. There actually has been in a couple of academic journals complaining about that. People who are signing 1-year contracts like me, or worse, even adjuncts, are just treated like absolute serfs. And then they'll go in front of a class and talk about how awful capitalism is.
Yeah,
or the guy I mentioned. My master's thesis advisor, Lyman Tower Sargent, who is the world's expert in utopian political thought. He claims that he's an anarchist, but he ruled with an iron fist. And I mentioned it to him one time. I said, you're an absolute authoritarian here. And he said, well, anarchism is impossible because there's too many people. He looks just like Leo Tolstoy, his beard and everything. I think he's trying to look like Leo. He's 82 years old. And Satan keeps these people alive. He wasn't my biggest fan, but he had no choice. I did well. And so I used his name I'm sure he'd love to know I'm tattooing his names and stuff like this, but and he's still going. But liberals would say they would call out Mr. McIntyre fascist and stuff like that. Same thing for Alan Bloom, for that matter.
Well, yeah,
there's one small deviation, and that's what would happen. I don't feel safe on campus.
Yeah, I don't.
That's all they would have to say.
Yeah, there's a rebuttable presumption, and again, with the exception of people who truly do need access to lab equipment or some discrete apparatus that can only be accessed with university affiliation. I mean, anybody exempting those guys, anybody who's coveting a career in academia, I think is inherently suspicious. Now, don't get me wrong. There are institutions increasingly that, where if you're like a supply side or economist, you can find a home there. And if you're writing stuff, like on high level economic theory, like, yeah, it probably,
I use the easiest thing for me is how I publish.
Yeah.
I've had peer reviewed journals before. I've done that. For me, now it's just the easiest thing.
I understand. But my point is,
I read more people the way I'm doing it than all these people have.
Right.
The only reason that people read the writings of your typical academic because they have to.
Right. Well, that's what I mean.
I read because they want to.
Exactly.
I would love, and my peer review is open source.
Right. So I that was my point. Is that it's
exactly. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
I'd love to see these people with tenure.
Yeah, there's exceptions, but generally, anyone who's pursuing tenure in the social sciences is suspect because he's either a fucking liar, and he's fine with being a professional liar, or he just doesn't care, or he's a true believer and he's pretending that he's not. None of which are a good look.
Well, so a white man academic is in trouble. He's always being watched. So that means he has to be the most radical. He has to be the most extreme. And I've seen this happen. This is where the term virtual signaling came from. They would loudly say something to make sure all the tenured guys heard him about hating white people or something, how wonderful Jews are, whatever it might be. And actual Jews would usually roll their eyes, but they always have to prove that they're harmless to them. And I'm incapable of that. I did, believe it or not, at Mount St. Mary's University, I did the summer enrichment for the faculty, and it was Russia. And they called me in. I didn't censor anything. Talked about Nicholas II and how great Tsarist Russia was and everything else. My number one fan was a Jewish music professor who said, "Oh, I didn't know that. He's writing stuff." He defended me right up to the end. I gotta, they didn't interrupt me. But once I did that, I knew I wouldn't be invited back for anything like that again. The questions were very sparse. And I just say what I always say, what I say on Radio Albion. I couldn't believe it. These guys are nuts. But after 2020, I think 2020 was a watershed year. I definitely couldn't function. at all. 2020 to 2025, especially after the stolen election of Biden. No, I couldn't have worked there. And as far as Hegel goes, Hegel was, a huge name. University was totally different back then. Like you say, everyone doesn't go to college. Trade schools are in desperate need of people. That's where non-academics should go. They'll make better money than most people. Schopenhauer always was very resentful of this fact, but Hegel's always, he had this huge lecture halls and everything else, and Schopenhauer didn't have that following at the time. But now, if you want to talk about Hegel, you got to say what Alan Wood says. You got to completely rewrite him and say he's defending, you know.
The academy's it's condemned itself to irrelevance. You know, just like what was formerly
It is.
Yeah, you know, just like legacy media, it can no longer produce relevant culture. It comes off as corny and cringe, you know, because they're totally out of touch with the reality of the zeitgeist. And they don't really understand how to, like, even the comparatively young people among them, and make no mistake, it is a gerontocracy like the late Soviet Union was. There really aren't any like young, they have no backbench of youngsters. But such that people in their 30s or whatever, you know, are working, you know, some parasite job in Washington and are on the media side of things. They don't understand how to actually they've been ensconced in this like regime ghetto for so long. They don't even have any idea how to put out effective propaganda or how to successfully exploit, you know, new media platforms in order to realize that.
You are absolutely correct. See, I had to listen to these people back in the 90s when I went through grad school. I know their arguments inside and out. I know Marx. I know critical race theory. I know all these things. I had to write on them. I had to talk about them. They don't know us.
They don't even know their own lore. They're dummies. Like, these people don't actually read Das Kapital. It's not like they don't actually read Gramsci and Adorno. They read some like Cliff's Notes version, and then they'll like read some book by some like schizo black woman who claims that you know that like Egypt was actually black people and Alexander Hamilton was black. You know, and then
they better accept it.
Yeah, and then they'll write some dissertation on some like weird sex paraphilia they're into. Like, these people are fucking dummies. You know, it's not even like, don't get me wrong, there are dangerous oppositional elements to us around. I'm not just talking about, you know, the ability of the police to smash you and stuff. I mean, like, actual ideologically motivated partisan elements on the left that are dangerous, but these people don't fuck with the regime. They're something different. You know,
well, look, the fact that Angela Davis is still considered a professor with tenure of philosophy at UCLA, despite having never produced anything of any academic value.
Well, I mean, she's not even literate.
She got her alleged PhD at the University in East Germany. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, she's not even literate. Like, these are their big intellectual heavyweights, you know, or like, I mean, you got Maya
Angelou.
Yeah.
Maya Angelou had an entire house on campus all to herself.
Yeah,
you know, and you go to ratemyprofessors.com and you see how rotten teachers they are. Partially because they don't really know.
No, you're basically it's basically you're paying $30,000 a semester, you know, to listen to some crazy bougie parasite like ramble on about whatever bullshit is knocking around in their tiny little mind. I mean, like, that's like a kind of that's like a kind of psychological torture that would be devised.
Well,
you know, in the context of enhanced interrogation or something.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is that they're, and you hinted at it, is that they're very intellectually soft. They have this censored bubble, this sanitized bubble they live in. And when you put something calmly in academic terms that opposes them, you know, I know all the reactions. In fact, I did an experiment, which I'm going to briefly explain here. And it is relevant to all this. I did publish it. The end of 2014, I called 20 professors who claimed to be specialists in Eastern Europe or Russia or something like that. I said I was a grad student, University of Colorado or something like that. And I asked them their opinion on the violence in Ukraine. Of course, everyone gave the exact same answer. My next question, and I was reading from a script here. Every power center in America, you know, from the Pentagon, the State Department, all major universities, major corporations, media, they all are saying the same thing. Is this a coincidence? And I wanted to see the reaction. I divided them up: male, female, younger, and older. And you already hinted at one of them. The older men were kind of like, I know. What are we going to do? And the younger females were the worst, as I expected. No one raised their voice, but they got very shrill. No one hung up on me. But the one thing I remember from all that is that I learned nothing new, except that I was right about them. They didn't give me any argument. It was always this, everyone knows that we're right about this. Then many of them would just point to their own authority. I'm a professor, you're a specialist here. And I have it. It's only like 10 pages long. I was very careful. And I hated the fact that what I thought was true was even worse. Well, the older males were sometimes they could be funny because they knew. And I called deliberately after the semester was over, so everyone's in a good mood at the end of 2014. So they have never come across, and in the EU, our stuff is illegal. So they've never come across those people or anyone else a different argument in academic terms. They picture some redneck yelling and screaming. In academic terms, they've never come across anyone like me, or a handful of others that we have. And when they do, their reactions are varied. And that's partially their reaction to being in a bubble. They've never heard, the Holocaust, for example. I could give 10,000 reasons why it didn't happen the way the Jews say it happened. They have never come across any of these reasons.
But they don't read anything. Like my litmus test was, I started dropping this on people who are obviously hostile when they engage me on social media or over email or some messaging platform. I give them like 5 criteria, otherwise I refuse to engage with them. I'm like, things like, what were the 5 most dispositive engagements of the Second World War, all fronts? What was the difference between camps like Ravensbrück and Treblinka and Jasenovac, and where were they located, and how many camps were there in total? What was the Battle of Kalkengol? What was its significance? Mm-hmm. How many racial Jews, according to the Nuremberg laws, served in the Wehrmacht between 1933 and 1945? They have no idea. Or they'll say, like, that's irrelevant. They don't know.
Unless they specialize in the area.
Well, if they
unless
specialize
they specialize
in the area,
they won't know.
Even if they specialize in the area, they'll give a non-answer. And they'll say that, Ravensbrück was a women's facility, and obviously it was primarily purpose for slave labor, and the death camps weren't located within Germany proper. That's something interesting that, like, Yad Vashem and stuff is, like, redacted and changed their narrative on. But the concrete particulars, they can't answer these questions because, like, all they'll do is they'll pull testimony. They'll do stuff like they think that their big trump card is like, oh yeah, Rudolf Heuss, look at the horrible things he admitted to. Yeah. Like, well, first of all, it's like, well, why is he a credible witness? Secondly, even if he's the most credible witness. Yeah, but even if he was the most credible witness on earth, this idea that, testimony in a court of law is somehow a scientific proof or something is ridiculous. That's not even appeal to authority fallacy. It's just
they think it's an actual court.
But even if it was, like, that's not dispositive of anything. I mean, if I could get an injunction, or if I could get a declaratory judgment that says that, like, Dr. Johnson is Japanese, like, does that settle it for all time? I mean, like, courts of law they're not some facility that establishes historical truths, So it's a logical fallacy anyway. But my point being, these people don't read anything. They by and large, to your point, after they defend their thesis or whatever, they never publish anything again.
Well, I mean, they have to a few times at least to get get tenure.
Sure, but I mean, it's nothing of substance.
No, it's nothing of substance because the only places that are furthering, speaking in Hegelian terms, furthering the narrative are outside of academia, because people who have, like me, who have the freedom to do it, they take the same phrases, the same big names, and they rearrange them to the point where the stagnation is awful, at least in my field, in my fields. It's stagnant. And white males are terrified of saying anything. If they even remotely came out in favor of the icebreaker thesis, wait a minute, that puts Hitler in a better light. Despite the mountains, I think it's irrefutable. You're going to be watched now.
Well, yeah, but I mean, these guys are pussies. Like, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with you if you're an adult man and your whole career strategy is, I don't want to make anybody mad, or I better not, I better sustain this intellectual climate of abject dishonesty, to get by. I mean, that's pathetic, man. And these people deliberately seek out those roles. We're not talking about some poor guy raising a family who works for some fucked up corporation, and he's being crushed by, this some like DEI regime that he can't do anything about. These academic guys are just as bad as any regime actor.
Well, they're part of the regime, at the upper levels. And I said this before, near the end of my career, I said, what is the point of going through all the work to get your doctoral degree? I know how difficult it is. Of course, I had an unsympathetic. I had some sympathetic people, but I know the work you had to put in to get a doctoral degree in political science or philosophy or history. I know what you had to do for no other reason than to just repeat what the powerful have been saying for decades. What was the point of all this? You lecture what everyone else is lecturing on. It's like you guys get a script.
Well, yeah, but
what is the point of getting a doctorate degree at all?
But they're not intellectually curious. They want the clout and an easy life, and they want to get, and like you said, which is true, they get paid a lot of money. But I mean, even if there wasn't that mandate, that ideological mandate that was punitively enforced against, teaching professors, I mean, who would want to teach at some big university? You got a bunch of vulgar idiots who are just only going there because they view it as a job certificate. They're not at all intellectually curious. Your students don't care about the subject matter. They've never read anything on the subject matter. Like, what would anybody get out of that? Like, even if their curriculum was factually accurate and intellectually rigorous, it's all these people care about is clout, and it's plus two people these days just like make things up. It's like when I realized like Ted Cruz is like a literal subhuman and he's only alive because it's illegal to kill him. But and he's such a fucking slob. He's just like when he's on he's like this like mopey slob, with like his fat face hanging out. He's on Tucker, and Tucker's like, do you know where the country of Iran is? Like, what do you know how many people live there? Like, he has no idea. Yeah. None. No, he couldn't find it on a map. He doesn't even know what language they speak there. But and like nobody's even shaming him for that. It's just like, I decided to believe this nonsensical narrative, so that's my truth. We can just kind of make things up and decide to believe things we made up or somebody else did. I mean, that's how you live in a failing political culture, because that's the norm. Like, people just lie about things, and that's considered normal, and like nobody even challenges them on it.
Well, if we want to talk about master slave, which Pete says a few of our people have brought up, I know the way I don't like Hegel's metaphors. They're very strange, but it's an existential issue.
Yeah, and it's literal. Yeah.
It's about self-awareness,
among other things. And
you're coming across someone in, I guess, a primitive state, I suppose. Although he rejected the any kind of state of nature, but in theory, your first desire, because we're fallen creatures, we've been kicked out of the garden. We see it as a threat. We see the person as a threat. And a fight's going to, this is why Hobbes, at least, at a certain level, was profound. This is how people would be. The difference is in Hobbes, no one ever wins. You know, this eventually just get tired, but someone does win in Hegel's view.
Well, I mean, Hegel's also describing anthropological reality. The master-slave relationship is the first political relationship. I mean, if you would in terms of the internal sociology of a communitarian order, it precedes written language. So everything derives from that in some basic capacity. You're talking about relationships between classes and castes and discrete factions within a broader sovereign order. These relationships are all derivative of the original relationship, which is between master and slave. And that's why like I said, I raised Younger the other day, who I think is a more profound thinker than Nietzsche in some ways, although I realize a lot of people push back on that. But one thing he's in full agreement with Nietzsche on, which is in direct dialogue with Hegel, is that the superior man who is to elevate the culture and create a new conceptual horizon. If Europe's going to survive, that man is going to be neither master nor slave. He's going to be a self-contained sovereign individual, and that hasn't ever existed before.
Outside of that relationship. Well, that's what we're doing now. We're outside of any class. We're outside of any academic hierarchy. We're outside of general politics. We're not just on the fringes. We're on the outside. We get to see things that these people don't get to see. Yeah, they steal from. I know. Like Tucker steals from me all the time. I know this. I know this happens. But I forgot my point. But because I'm very plagiarized. But
I have to. It's okay.
We have a certain freedom, and let them do the legwork. Let them do all the research, and then later on, when God, this is true, we'll say it was ours, and they'll get away with it because they reach more people, especially in the major media.
Oh, I know.
Well, I know I'm talking to our audience.
Okay, yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah. No, and that's why people need to stop identifying. I mean, not people generally. I don't care what they do, but people who actually are part of a partisan vanguard that's truly oppositional and dissident coded. They've got to stop identifying in any way with regime institutions and regime sociology, such that it even still exists anymore. Like those are the others. They're not us, and you shouldn't. I'm talking just in ontological terms, not ethical ones. Like this has nothing to do with you, Right. Yeah. So I mean that's an important point, and I think people are starting to understand that a little bit more. I realize it's anecdotal, but life is anecdotal in some sense, and like some of this stuff, like a lot of people sought me out to talk to me in Nashville. I mean, which was very nice. I appreciate that. But it was a very different sort of tenor in terms of what they wanted to talk about, compared to years past. And I think they're starting to recognize that reality, and not lament it or be afraid of it or something, and that's tremendous progress.
I can't believe it. And of course, nothing has changed. I mean, the regime has functioned the way it always has. Israel has functioned the way it always has. But Netanyahu made it okay. And the very fact that I think thousands of Americans by now have been killed, I should say, in those, they're lying about the casualty figures, in those bases, in the sheikdoms, oil sheikdoms in the Middle East, solely to defend Israel. People don't know how to speak to Jews the same way they used to. Everything has changed here.
Oh yeah,
you've gone too far. My friends have died over there defending your rotten system. You don't get to talk to me that way anymore.
Yeah, everything. Things have been changing since 2014, 2015. The whole zeitgeist massively shifted. in a very punctuated way, and it's only continuing. And the regime's a mess. It's in its late Soviet phase, and again, like I said the other day, it's not going to collapse on itself in a month or in 5 years. It's going to be 150, 200 years, but every decade people take it less and less serious, and they view it as less and less legitimate. And it just got issued a massive defeat by the Islamic Republic of Iran. I mean, stuff like this speaks for itself.
There's nothing that damages a nation or a regime or a kingdom's legitimacy like defeat in war. And it came from ignorance, from people who, Donald Trump always had this childish conception of the American military, not realizing that Iran is a first world country.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
First world military force. No one knows that. So you have a mass casualty situation. What do you think the Iranians have been doing this whole time? For decades, they've been digging in, waiting for this war to happen.
Well, there's not, like I said the other day when Bird and I were laying down audio, there was no strategic logic to this campaign other than to basically saturate Iran with standoff munitions so that IRGC and Iranian forces in the heartland will be tied down as Israel assaulted into Lebanon proper and attempted to annihilate Hezbollah in Beirut. And they failed at that too, although they killed a lot of people. But so basically America's willing to humiliate itself, sacrifice its ability to deploy in theater, and absorb a massive loss, basically so that Israel can pursue this kind of Rassenkrieg, Lebensraum strategy that's doomed to failure owing to historical and demographic and political factors anyway. Like, this is not, like, the regime can't stop failing. It never doesn't fail. Right. So... Right.
It's a wounded animal pushed into a corner.
Yeah, so that's another thing, too. And people incapable of seeing that aren't in the game, or they have no ability to interpret the political events.
Right.
Well, there's nothing to be ashamed of in that. Most people lack that ability, frankly.
Yeah, remember, most history is not made by majorities or masses, as they say. It's made by fanatical groups of minorities. That's who drives history forward. And there's just complex variables. I started writing about this kind of stuff and contemplating it, because of my dad, and it was kind of my birthright. But also, like, this is what I'm good at, and I'm not good at other stuff. I've got a very narrow skill set. But I've never understood this delusion people have, where it's like, yeah, I have this like political take because I look at memes and I watch CNN. Like, you have no take, man. That'd be like me just declaring that I've got some theory of quantum physics. Like, I watch a lot of science fiction movies. Yeah, because of that, I've been saying that for so many years. They think because when you watch issue-based politics, like from CNN and stuff like that, that isn't politics. That's a form of entertainment.
Yeah,
none of that. These are embedded journalists. Most of them are worse than the academic.
Like, look at a guy. Well, I mean, I don't understand what people think when they look at a guy like McNamara was, or William Odom, or James Baker. Like, do they think that that like anybody can do what they did? But they just like were like the random guy who's got picked for that role. It's like, it's incredible to me. I mean, I guess it's because this country is full of fucking children who think that who just like have decided they're like experts on everything. But I think that's unprecedented, man. Like, that level of
well, the internet did that. The internet gave everybody a sense of main character syndrome. If they ever put out a tweet that got more than 100 likes, now they're the main character in this thing. And you see this all the time, like in the comments. Like, you can't do like a live stream without someone coming into the comments. And I'm not. there are people who watch it and listen to us who are very intelligent. I send Dr. J stuff all the time where he's like, wow, this person's, grasp of Russian history is absolutely amazing. But you have people come in there who it's just, it's spurgery. It's like, oh, I got 100 likes on my tweet yesterday, so I need to go into every comment section and tell everybody about, like, let me expound upon my tweet, and it's like, well, what does that have to do with me?
And that's also to your guys' point, I learn stuff from our subs and the fellows every day. I mean, that's awesome. That's one of the things very lucky, because I get to engage with super smart people who know about things I don't know about. It's just I don't understand, like, these randos who are like, they just like one day decide, like, I'm the geopolitics king of Walmart or something, and for like no reason I just have this take that makes no sense. Like, why would that even occur to anybody?
Yeah, like everyone has an opinion. They're all the same.
Yeah. It's I don't wake up randomly and decide that I'm an expert in cellular biology and start like lipping off at people about that shit because that's what mentally ill people do.
Well, they think that politics is different because they see on they used to read it in newspapers, but now they see it on CNN or CNBC, and it's dumbed down to such a level that that's what politics is.
Yeah,
and it's nothing of the sort. It's nothing of the sort. But let me. I won't feel good about myself unless we bring this back to Hegel here.
Yeah.
And we're not veering too far off, actually. But let me put it like this: the phenomenology, which again, I'd love to see these people trying to read. You simply can't read it. It's even today. There's parts of it I have no idea what he's saying. Importantly, though, the self, the person, we gain our self-consciousness as an autonomous agent only by interacting with other autonomous agents. That's the only way to do it. There has to be a point where the master-slave comes in. But none of those things, none of those situations can last for long. I mean, Hegel did in his early writings. Hegel did write about Hobbes's war of all against all. That's basic survival. Now he did reject the state of nature, because he said social relationships are inherent. Mankind was created that way, created socially. So that's why it bothers me about this. Two isolated individuals. Yes, it's a thought experiment, I guess, because Hegel would reject that concept, politically speaking. But when it comes to explicating its thought, it's useful.
Well, but to bring it back to what I was talking about, I mean, if they're looking to affirm for themselves that they're independent agents, I mean, that information is basically tied to desire from others, desire of recognition from others, though.
And in recognition, prestige, just your basic social standing. This is where reason comes from. By fighting against others, the cells involved begin to realize just how dependent they are, and not necessarily fighting with swords and guns, but competing in the market. Fighting is an expression, according to Hegel, of one's autonomy, but it can't last. It can't achieve mutual recognition for long.
Well, it's also
either one of the combatants are killed, or one becomes a slave to the victor.
It's not actually productive. The problem with the master caste and the problem with aristocratic values, I mean, that gives rise to great things of a cultural nature, but the master caste isn't toiling to build things. You need carpenters, you need metallurgists and blacksmiths. You need engineers. You need people whose existence is derivative of the comparatively mundane world of labor and production. Otherwise, nothing will be accomplished, and man will never achieve the prosperity of abundance. And that's why that's why there's both a dichotomy and an interdependence, and a splendid interdependence between master and slave. You know, and Hegel wasn't literally just talking about, although he absolutely was when he's discussing the origins of the relationship. He wasn't, when he's talking about like the enduring, the perennial endurance of the master slave dichotomy. He's not literally just talking about, you know, people who own chattel slaves. You know, he's talking about, the master caste and its elevated status and power and authority over, you know, both like express and implicit, you know, the subjugated class, which is basically everybody else in a modern society, you know, but this is a very real thing. That's one of the reasons it's incredibly goofy when, you know, people act like, you know, they pretend to be shocked and clutch their pearls about slavery. It's like, well, that's literally the oldest human institution. Like, that's pretending like it's this anomalous, horrible, evil thing is profoundly irrational.
Yeah, well, once it became politically useful, and this is the fault, I think, of the radical Republicans during Reconstruction.
Yeah, it precedes that, I think. I really like the book, A Disease in the Public Mind by Thomas Fleming. That's the best treatment of the sort of abolitionist sensibility, and it really was like this crazy, like, millenarian cult. You know, it's a sort of another day, but John Brown wasn't an outlier. This idea of
that's right.
This idea, like, we're gonna create like we're gonna create a slave revolt race war, you know, where the black man like slaughters everybody and essentially brings about the end of civilization, and the only people spared will be, you know, the chosen elect. I mean, that's what these people
like me,
thought.
I guess.
They were insane people.
There was a small sect that believed that when they were freed, they would turn white.
Yeah.
But the whole abolitionist movement, without literally turning white, but essentially believed that would be the case.
Yeah, I know.
John Brown, I can't believe anyone could defend this man, but they do it because in academia you would have no choice, because the concept of slavery, American slavery, no other form of slavery.
Yeah.
But American slavery is considered the most evil of all things, except the Holocaust, of course. And therefore, anyone who fights against it, no matter what method they use, but they don't get into his ideology.
Well, because they don't know. They have no idea.
You know, he was a very, very sick man. He lost many of his children to disease. He was tragic life. And
he was a failure. He was a failure at everything too. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. And I think that the Reconstruction concept, the radical Republicans, this is a totalitarian thing, remaking society from the ground up. I mean, why did the U.S. worry so much about who was the black nationalist one? Bring them all back to Africa. Late 19th century, early 20th century.
Du Bois, really dark. W.E.B. Du Bois.
No. The guy who actually had ships to bring them back to Africa.
Marcus Garvey.
Marcus Garvey. I actually read some of this stuff. He's not an idiot.
No, he was he was a learned guy.
But he said, you know, why were they so obsessed with making sure that didn't work? They came out with every way to try to arrest him and put him in prison. They finally did over insurance fraud or something stupid like that.
Well, it's like it's incredibly weird for anyone. I mean, unless you're like a white farmer in South Africa, or unless, you know, you're in the deep South during the height of racial strife in the 60s, there's nothing more random and weird than these like trashy white liberals like literally obsessing over black people. Like, why is that like the center of your conceptual horizon? That's totally bizarre.
It is.
You know, and just random. You know, but these are the same people. These are the same kind of people too, like pretend they love Ukraine, but they can't find it on a map.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, of course. You saw people in 2020 kneeling down in front of black people. I saw the sheriff, I forget where he was, kneeling down in front of black people, begging to be forgiven. You know, they were bound together with ropes or something, trying to look like, you know, slaves.
Well, no, I mean that's good. You know, never forget. It's like now we know who gets the rope first. You know.
Yeah. Well, that's very true. as if that ever will get them respect from anybody, either from whites or blacks.
But part of it too is like these people themselves, these like white trash who do that, they're the descendants of slaves too. So part of it is like this kind of like narcissistic flex. They're pretending to be the master caste. It's like, bro, you're a slave descendant. You know, like pretending like you're a descendant from the master caste and want forgiveness. You're basically some hobo claiming he's like related to the King of England.
Yeah,
you know, it's the same sensibility. That's like what's doubly pitiable about it.
If you're an Irishman like me, I say, read the penal laws, or how the British, we pretty much engineered the potato famine. Not engineered it.
I talked to our friend.
That's where I'm from.
No, I understand. I talked to our friend Andrew Isker about this extensively. It was a big deal when it became illegal to enslave a white person around the time of the Protestant ascendancy. You know, because slavery was a white institution until then. It becoming racialized it changed everything, and that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons people were so alarmed and outraged by the Emancipation Proclamation. You know, and there, a lot of that know nothing said like Lincoln's trying to make all white men slaves again. You know, because for the preceding 200 years it was, no white man or woman can be enslaved. You know, only people of the savage races can be. Then suddenly you're the same as a black man. Like, what's the implication there? It's not that like blacks are your equal. It's you're a nigger.
These people need to start reading the writings of Jefferson Davis.
Oh, they don't read.
I know they don't, but they still need to. Many Southerners had plans to phase it out over time with land. Blacks with land.
Davis was
which would have made a lot more sense.
It's also not. I mean, it's true, but it's also not the moral litmus test. I mean, like again, slavery is it's like the perennial human institution. But what's also too, there's the same people who think it's totally cool to institutionalize a million black people in penitentiaries. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But slavery is the grossest evil that can ever be conceptualized. This is why you don't teach helots to read. It's just like they makes them go insane and confuses them. You know, it's like giving it's like the equivalent of introducing crack into the ghetto. You're just going to make people insane and cause them to short circuit.
Every revolutionary movement on the left, every revolutionary movement emptied the prisons the minute they took over.
Yeah,
or actually in the process of taking over, I should say.
Well, yeah, the Yale and Yale coalition's a real thing. But I don't want to be abrupt, man, but I'm still quite ill, and I'm starting to feel kind of faded. So I'm going to accuse myself. But this was really great, man.
Yeah, we're at an hour. We're at an hour.
Yeah.
It's all good.
No, thanks for hosting me, you guys.
Of course, we'll plan to get together again with this, and I will include in the show notes all the ways that you can support Thomas and all the ways you can support Dr. Johnson. So go over there and do that. If you are enjoying these, go support these gentlemen, please. Thank you. Talk to you next time.
All right. See you later, guys.
I want to welcome everyone back to the Pete Quiñones Show. Thomas and Dr. Johnson are back. Well, let's see where the conversation goes today. Dr. J, I'm just going to hand it off to you. Go right ahead.
Well, that's a good idea. I always have something to say about it. I sent you a new version of my paper on Hegel's dialectics. It's so difficult to explain this for the layman, even for the intelligent layman. But it's central to understanding why the individualism of modern liberalism falls apart, and why a system, something like a nation, makes a lot more sense. I mean, Hegel was a conservative nationalist and an idealist. There's no question about it. And so his commentators in academia really can't say that. And you have these, these Prozac Platos, as I call them, in usually these Protestant fundamentalists who condemn him, thinking that somehow they know what dialectics is, that it's about, government creating a problem and then solving it on their own, and then bringing in some socialist alternative. And it's laughable. And this is what Hegel believed. And it's simply not true. Someone says to you, this is just a fact. I just want the fact. You say, well, a fact never exists in and of itself. It's nonsensical in isolation. Whenever you mention a fact or even a person, it implies logic, this arsenal of concepts within cognition. That's how we understand and communicate these. Your typical Western scientific mind, or pragmatic mind, I should say, thinks that their logical thinking represents what's actually out there. But they have no evidence that that's the case.
Well, yeah, they do away with the fact value distinction. That's really the kind of the core evil of liberalism in the academic setting. What's interesting to me, and forgive me, like I indicated before we went live, I wasn't feeling well last week, so if I'm repeating myself, please call me on it. I won't be offended. What's odd to me is the way mainstream academia used to deal with continental philosophy in ethical terms. They'd say that guys like Karl Popper or Alan Bloom are the final word on it. This stuff's destructive. It's moral relativism. It's responsible for all evils in terms of conceptual ethics. And then there was this kind of pivot to aiming to assimilate continental philosophy in some laughably superficial way into the liberal canon, which seems like a fool's errand because it seems like it wouldn't be possible, or people would just laugh at that. But I think what it is that, how Heidegger said in Heidegger's lectures on Nietzsche, it got turned into a book. I can't remember who edited it, but it's really interesting, even if you're not, even if Nietzsche is not, a primary research concentration of yours. Heidegger famously said, to really understand Nietzsche's conceptual schematics, you need to study Aristotle for probably 20 years. And I think that's true, and even more so for Hegel or somebody like Fichte. If, nobody reads classical philosophy anymore, and so considered in isolation without, the intellectual heritage that facilitated it, you can basically spin this however you want to, and this kind of deliberate, cultivated ignorance reigns in what remains of establishment academia. I mean, obviously that's changing because, the internet and things, it has been for the past 25 years, but, it's an interesting sea change, going from directly engaging with this stuff in a punitive capacity to trying to incorporate it into the liberal canon.
This is exactly. And I've been speaking of precisely that for a long time. They do the same thing for Dostoevsky. Can you imagine? They do the same thing for Solzhenitsyn. They do the same thing for Gogol. Michael Oakeshott, even, we did my dissertation on, a much later British Hegelian idealist. So my understanding of Hegel is actually filtered through him. But even something like they can't do it. I got my doctorate degree and really in two fields at the same time, philosophy and political science. Unfortunately, University of Nebraska is notorious for its analytic philosophy department. I took a class on Plato's Philebus, and it took us 2 weeks to get through the first 2 pages because the breaking down of vocabulary is pretty much all they do. And it assumes that they wrote with this level of exactitude. Now, Thomas Aquinas might have, Wittgenstein might have, but Plato wasn't thinking in those terms. They absolutely mangled them. They mangled them. But, every once in a while, when I want to feel smart, I go look up what the patriots and conservatives say about Hegel. And oh my God, I'm not as bad off as I think I am. But even the antithesis synthesis, that phrase, even that's false. He said no such thing. And even if he did, they don't describe it properly at all. They don't fully understand it. But even something like understanding the simplistic thinking of or the brute fact, the primitive, that the brain is a stage where our perceptions just present things out there as they really are. It's the X equals X, John Locke, the correspondence theory of truth. But that's not true. Any object, anything, any person, any idea is going to be seen differently in different times and him. And just for that reason alone, the idea of a stable thing falls apart just for that reason, just by itself. There are no given objects. There are no simple statements. There are no brute facts, and there's no individuals. You can't talk about oranges without talking about the soil, without oxygen, our need for vitamin C, its chemical structure, and every other field you can conceive of. It's completely holistic.
Like I said, one of the things, I mentioned before, I got a fair amount of respect for E. Michael Jones, even though I part ways with him in some serious capacities. But his point about, Newton in this kind of puerile way, and the whole kind of like Newtonian schema being an effort to do away with philosophy as it was known. I think there's a lot to that, man. And I think the kind of progeny of that is found in this fixation on quantum models of understanding reality and reduction to physical phenomena, and the discrete components of things at atomic and subatomic particular level, representing ultimate reality. That's very deliberate. That's not accidental. And that's the liberals and the atheist way of addressing the problem of the thing in itself. Everything is just quantum matter. And,
have you ever come across that? Maybe on YouTube, you may have come across that lecturer. I think he's Indian, and he's fairly well known in quantum mechanics. And in his introduction to his class, he says, "We really don't understand what this stuff is. You don't understand what this stuff is. By the end of the class, you still won't understand what this stuff is. It's still absolutely, this almost an arbitrary set of ideas." And he's a big name in the field, and it still doesn't really matter.
Right.
But as far as
that, but he's right. Yeah.
And you're right. What E. Michael Jones really blew my mind with the Newtonian thing, connection with politics.
Right.
Thomas Hobbes and Newton, the concept of permanent, purposeless. That's the key word. Purposeless motion. Isn't that convenient when you want to completely overthrow a legitimate claimant to the throne?
Yeah, and factoring out telos. I mean, if you factor out telos, you factor out philosophy as
that's right,
as a concept or as a way of understanding. Yeah,
and humanity. And this is why I say Thomas Hobbes created the modern world intellectually. Because he was, they were vaguely at the same time, vaguely. And but they had the exact same idea. But the simple triad of dialectics. Most people, there's a lot. You've seen these Prozac Platos, right? These guys on our side who try to claim it's all dialectics. And they have no idea.
I'm not going to name any names, but yes, I know
what they're talking about. Well, in my paper, I name names, and it's hilarious, and they deserve to be called out and made fun of. The arrogance.
Oh, 100%. I meant there's some people I know personally I don't want to upset, but yeah.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. I could do that for you if you want me to.
Oh no, that's one of the things that separates us from the conservatives, and people have this idea that I believe based on I mean, if people say all kinds of unflattering things to me about me, and I'm fine with that. I don't lose sleep over it. But they have this idea that I bag on conservatives because, I've got some too cool for school sensibility, or I'm just trying to be a hype and set my own work product apart. It's not what I'm up on. There's a fundamental ethical divide between us and them, and what they're doing is very, very destructive, and they're essentially doing the enemy's work for him by tearing down the intellectual foundations of our movement, if you want to think about it in that way. Because if you deprive people of the conceptual tools to interpret historical processes, that renders things malleable in a way that would not otherwise be. I mean, not in actual terms, but in the way things are perceived, and that's not accidental or a side effect of some sort of gentleman's disagreement. It's a very deliberate thing.
It's very deliberate. It's strictly ontological, and it's very, very hard. And I remember this very problem. To break out of the system of thought that we're all raised with, this very pragmatic utilitarian idea, the individualism, and that's hard to do. And I actually have been asked about this. How do you break? Because we just assume it in our day-to-day life. But how do you get away from it? I simply say it comes with time, it comes with reading, and it comes with basic contemplation.
No,
it's not going to happen overnight.
Well, there's two things with overcoming epistemic priors. Yeah, it causes an existential crisis within people. It like
that's my specialty.
Yeah, but no, one of the reasons why, I mean, first and foremost, and this seems to surprise some people, but my thinkers, like Rene Guion and Julius Evola and Hossein Said, and Johann von Leers, who was more of a partisan than a theorist, but and the radical traditionalists, they're essential to a partisan praxis of the right wing, and in substantial measure. And this is a big Evola point, particularly in Revolt Against the Modern World, which is its most kind of complete philosophical work. Right. I think he makes the point that one of the really insidious things about the post-war social engineering regime is that it's effectively deprived people of their ability to contemplate alternative modalities, or ways of, interpreting the human experience in ways both prosaic and profound. So even people would otherwise be, susceptible to being persuaded, and, who represent a kind of higher element within the social stratum, it becomes this basic unintelligibility emerges, where people can't communicate what is intended, what they're intending to describe, just because it can no longer be conceptualized. And I mean, part of that owes to future shock and things, and the difficulty of understanding the way things were before truly high technology came to touch and concern every aspect of human life. But a lot of it's very curated, and that's a huge problem. And yeah, this instinctive way of interpreting the world as just this pastiche of arbitrary physical phenomena, and this idea that everything that was once mysterious is now known, that it goes beyond a conceptual prejudice. It comes to characterize every subject matter that enters into contemplation, even if somebody's starting point is one of critical analysis, and that really trying to kind of reintroduce people's ability to contemplate basic human affairs and reality is experienced in ways outside of what, is socially engineered, is that's the praxis of radical traditionalism, I believe. And I spend a lot of time thinking about this, not just because I'm, enamored with abstract models of epistemology or whatever, but there's a very practical reason for that, I think.
Well, abstract, not in Hegel's sense, but because abstract in Hegel's sense is something incomplete and incorrect. But
right,
I understand exactly what you mean, and the men that you mentioned are Platonists, very generally speaking, and Hegel is in that category. And reading Plato for the first time, I remember that day. I was 17 or 18. And for the very first time in my life, I read an argument that intellectually justifies the existence of the spiritual world. Whether you call it a form or a soul, whatever it might be. Nothing in our upbringing, I was born in 71, doesn't matter, nothing in our upbringing provides that for us. And the concept of, now in Hegel's sense, there was a great article. It was written in 1977, which is an academic piece, Hegel on Property and Poverty, which is not bad. I think he agrees with us. Hegel is within the romantic national stream of thought. It's a reaction against the Enlightenment and utilitarianism. And one of the most powerful things when I first got deep into Hegel was the notion of abstract freedom versus actual autonomy. Abstract freedom is, because the word abstract is in it, it's not good, it's not real. That's the basic idea of the free market. The so-called individual is absolutely free to develop in any direction that he might choose, but this is abstract. And abstract is a capital A, because it's a technical term. It's abstract. This movement can be in any direction, but there's also no sense what ought to be done. No real purpose, no end to action. And we know, and we've all said this before, the moment, the first moment of the child, so to speak, immature, wants to strike out on his own, but doesn't have a clue of where to go. But all he knows that he could do anything. Then there's a realization that you have to take the ends of others into consideration. That's the very essence of the market in someone like Adam Smith. You're free in the context of society. And then finally, 3, that represents the ability of reason to make the world a home. The nation makes sense because the individual of that abstract freedom falls apart. Autonomy has nothing to do with freedom. Freedom in the abstract sense is that I can simply do as I please, to the extent I don't hurt anybody else. It doesn't tell me anything. People use the word freedom. You always ask, freedom to do what? We all know most people have no idea what to do with freedom.
Well, it's like they equality is another floating signifier that is characteristic of regime vocabulary. Like, what does that mean? Why most things are not equivalent, and that's and in and of itself, that's a value neutral analysis. Like, why it's never clear like what people need to be free to do, and why things must be equivalent. It doesn't. It's very, very superficial.
You read Locke, even if it's for the first time, it's a fairly easy read, right? It's an easy read because, well, I think most people assume a lot of this stuff. It's day to day. It seems very pragmatic, but then to realize that this is based on a set of very ideological assumptions that he does not defend. This is what nominalism is. And breaking out of that is exactly what's difficult. And this is one of the reasons I got into Hegel above all, than the entire German idealism and all the way straight up to Michael Oakeshott in England. But going out on your own, you learn very quickly you're not an isolated monad, but you are a social creature. You are part of a division of labor. You have to speak the same language as everyone else, or you can't nothing can function unless you do that. Hegel was one of the first ones to criticize the idea of the contract. It was, and this is why Hegel came up with the idea of the corporation. Everyone forgets about this. Corporation meaning the guild. That's, at the end of the philosophy of right, that this is how individualism is going to be supplanted. Because what is the individual in say, let's take any national economy. What are me and you in it? We're absolutely nothing. You can't sign a contract with anybody. A massive conglomerate and me. Legally speaking, we're equals. But that's a technicality. We obviously aren't equals. They could do as they please. For a corporation to be free is very different than for me and you to be free. And Hegel was deep and long before Marx came around.
Well, yeah, that's the desire to repair the social capital that had been purposefully as well as structurally undermined by the advent of modern modalities of labor and production. That's the real root of socialism. It's not Marx, and that's why one of the things that, I'm no socialist, don't get me wrong, at least not in the commonly understood sense, but socialism being a dirty word in the Anglosphere and axiomatically associated with Marx, that's intellectually dishonest. You know all this, but a lot of people don't.
That's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah, no, well, that's why I'm always trying to steer people towards why is there no socialism in America? His name's on the tip of my tongue.
Sombart, Werner Sombart.
Yeah, Werner Sombart. Sorry, so a moment.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Sombart. George Sorel too. George Sorel was an unsung. It was an unsung political theorist, in my opinion. I
agree.
I think he was a real intellectual giant. I realize I'm in the minority there, and that's Sorel was very, very partisan, obviously. And speaking of romantics, he was very much in the political romantic tradition. But Sombart, should be very credible even to somebody who's basically neutral on the subject matter, and understanding the kind of reflexive hostility to what's perceived as socialist thought in America. That's a very insightful volume. I think he nails it. And Sombart was as much a sociologist as he was a political economist, so that's important. But yeah, no, please continue, man.
Well, what's going to happen? You call yourself a like I have in the past, a Christian socialist or a national socialist. To people, the minute they hear the word socialist, of course they go to Marx. And Bakunin, as you know, said, well, there's a good reason for that, because he had the propaganda machine of the Rothschild family behind him. Pete and I spoke at great length about how the founders of the radical left all disliked the Jews. We talked about Bakunin, Karl Marx, and in his Judenfrage, and Pierre Joseph Proudhon, the founder of anarchism. All three of, and then and Bakunin himself.
No, that's hugely important. Well, the whole anarchist tradition, people, like here, speaking of praxis, and I here in Chicago, the old there's this in the heart of the South Loop, there's the Dirksen Federal Building. In the 80s and early 90s, during trials of outfit figures, it'd always be, there'd always be press conferences. So there's this awful building. It's, the zenith of brutalist architecture from the 70s. Yeah. But, the original federal building it got blown up by anarchists and in 1908 or something. I think 1908 or 1912. And if you go up to the 12th or 13th floor of the Dirksen building today, in this display case, there's the U.S. federal seal, because that was affixed to the wrought iron gate. That was one of the only things that survived the blast. It was this huge explosion, and anarchism had truly violent momentum, and it's been factored out of historical memory and analysis. People don't even talk about anarchism anymore, other than as some sort of footnote or some
you listen to the Dead Kennedys.
Schematic tendency no one took seriously. That's not true at all. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you listen to the Dead Kennedys a few times, and you call yourself an anarchist. You put the A in the circle, and you're a radical. But it seems that the reaction to the word socialism is automatically, materialism, central planning, and but National Socialism didn't have a plan, but it didn't completely own all factors of production. National Socialism, out of nowhere, actually fulfilled the promises that the communists were claiming. They made communists completely irrelevant. They made them irrelevant.
Yeah, there's a great book. I mean, the guy who wrote it's a typical kind of Tory historian. This guy by the name of Adam Tooze. He wrote this fascinating book on the Third Reich economy, and he stipulates that this basically was the most effective model of recovery. And I think it's an important point. Like, I've tried to emphasize this, especially to younger people, but even older people. The degree to which after 1929, it was just people simply viewed the free market as having failed. To not just to deliver equitable outcomes, but it was viewed as absent regulation at scale, there's just punctuated disasters one after another. And the scale and complexity of a truly national economics, and burgeoning global economics, this just cannot be managed without substantial intervention. That just everybody accepted that. Nobody thought otherwise. Right. This was just taken for granted. So everybody was some sort of Keynesian of a sort. There was outliers like Schumpeter, who I think is the greatest modern economist, frankly. But this idea that the National Socialist Revolutionaries or the Falange in Spain, or these partisans in France or Belgium who ended up affiliated with the Axis cause, the idea that these guys were left wing, but they just had racialist sensibilities. Like, people don't understand. Everybody thought this way. It really wasn't until the mid to late 1980s that truly changed. There was an ongoing diminution of belief in state-centric solutions and intervention in to try and manipulate market outcomes at scale. But Keynes was considered dogma really until the late 1980s, even on what passed for the right. That's an important point that's not emphasized enough. I don't think.
It is an important point. And somehow, roughly during the middle of the Cold War, and this is something that has to change, libertarianism and capital C conservatism got somehow mixed together, where in fact they have zero in common. And when I say conservative, I'm talking about, throne and altar. I'm talking about, continental 19th century. Somehow they got, the free market is a revolutionary ideology. Hegel said this, and Marx said this. I know I've said this before, but Karl Marx, the concept of free trade had to precede any. You couldn't even think about a socialist revolution before free trade destroyed the distinctions among nations. He said this over and over again. Only at that point can you even start an internationalist movement, or I should say a cosmopolitan movement. The big question is, you think of a non-national socialist. Well, what holds these things together? What holds your collectives together? There's a big difference between collective and a community. A community is organic, like the Russian commune or Artel. A collective is something that's forced together. the
That's the problem with the
collective farms.
Marxist-Leninists. Yeah, that's the problem with the Marxist-Leninist ontology is that a class in the Marxist sense is by definition ephemeral. And I mean, don't get me wrong, the working class was a real phenomena, and in a value-added economy based on manufacturers, whereby a veritable army of unskilled industrial laborers is required to sustain, the national economics scheme, and that same element can bring the economy to its knees by a general strike potentially.
That was
a real
Forel's
phenomenon.
idea.
But yeah, this idea that there's some enduring class identity to what amounts to, the ephemeral situatedness of industrial labor, circa the first half of the 20th century, like that's absurd. Anthropologically, that's not a human's work.
Well, I have a book out on this called The Soviet Experiment, that the Barnes Review put out. And I list in the introduction, here's what I'm going to be arguing here. And I think the first or the second thing, I number them, very clear. The communists, not just in the USSR, but anywhere, the last thing they care about is the working classes. That's a symbol. As you say, it's completely ephemeral at best, because no one was more exploited than actual factory workers in the USSR and elsewhere. That's not the point. What mattered more was that that working class in the cities was increasingly alienated. They were severed from their villages, from the church, things that they used to be situated in a healthy society. But coming to the city, it's a very different story. That's the sort of person that the communists want to approach. It has nothing to do with their well-being. Pete and I, we did this long thing on Solzhenitsyn, and Solzhenitsyn makes it clear that the strikes of 1905 in Russia were done by force. The Jewish communists would show up in a factory and say, "You're going to walk out, and you're going to wave this flag, and I'm going to shoot you." What society is ready for that kind of thing? But the idea that very system. I mean, Hegel was a huge critic of the factory system. But the factory system is based on this individualist nonsense, especially when it comes to contract. But capitalism moved from Adam Smith, which is just a purely hypothetical situation that never existed, to pure Darwinism. Darwin, who was mostly motivated by economic ideas, at least he says so in his biography. Really, Malthus and Bentham were his big motive.
Right.
I mean, what could be more music to their ears than to hear that the natural order is based on competition, and then once you defeat your opponent because you think you adapt better, you then absorb their resources. Let alone colonialism. It was music to their ears. Colonialism in the British sense was based on bringing these people to bringing these savages to civilization. We have a right to these things because we simply won the Darwinian struggle. Richard, of course, Spencer made it more explicit. But I didn't. I mean, Plato was my first real sledgehammer to the idea of the individual and all the stuff that Locke talks about. But once I grasped, I mean, it took a while before I was able to really get something out of Hegel. Every once in a while, you come across a professor who really knows how to lay it out. I thought I was one of them, but it's very, very difficult. But when he breaks down what an individual is, not just a human being, but any object, and how we just assume that it's a single thing, but in reality, it's a whole bunch of things, and it falls apart even at the tiniest analysis.
Well, yeah, and that's why something I lament. These old philologists, these guys like Dumazel and like Michael Prodin. I cite that book on Prodin on the Mongols a lot, and in the Third Reich, that was that was a book that was taken really seriously, especially by the Waffen SS officer corps at the Junker school. But to your point about, I didn't really come to understand continental philosophy. I mean, Hegel and Fichte and Schopenhauer and Nietzsche and Heidegger until I developed a truly, something approaching a complete historical perspective on the modern era. And there, I mean, corny as it might sound, there's an intrinsically holistic aspect to studying anything relating to the human condition at scale. So you can't just study philosophy in isolation or study history in isolation or linguistics or anthropology. You've got to treat it as this sort of total enterprise, and then patterns that emerge and the sort of key factors emerge and kind of come into relief, for lack of a better way to describe it. At least, I mean, that's the way I learn or perceive things, and I don't think I'm some radical outlier,
No.
And that was the reasoning. That was the reasoning behind disciplines such as philology, which were, well, by our contemporary metric, we view this as radically interdisciplinary. When in reality, it's just a way. It's just a a holistic paradigm of research. But yeah,
well, in my early 20s, in as I finished college, grad school, I was mostly a political theorist, a political philosopher. But I eventually did my dissertation on Michael Oakeshott. One of the things that Michael Oakeshott says is that these ideas are just hanging in the air. They have to apply to a group of people. A living group of people have to manifest these. And so I realized that then comparative politics is going to be my other, and that's where the Russia stuff came in. I guess maybe starting in 95. Because, it can't just be political theory, what the will is, what the intellect is. No, it has to be political theory relative to a specific group of people. Their historical development, everything about them. Otherwise, it's useless. It's just words in the air. And Michael Oakeshott made that a central core.
Yeah, you can't factor out the human condition. I mean, that's why, I mean, you can write it. Yeah, it'd be like writing a book on. It'd be like trying to improve upon Clausewitz and writing a book on warfare without resort to discussing any discrete conflict paradigms or past conflicts. Just
we're having no idea what it even is. It's the example I always use is writing on Tibet and not knowing the first thing about Buddhism. That's always my line.
Yeah, no, that's apropos. Well, that's also why and again, I mean, this isn't and I'm sure the rebuttal is that this is just me shoring up a partisan perspective, but what we're pushing back against really is built on a house of straw, and
Yes.
it's ceasing to exist because it's collapsing under its own weight. Because, like, all the other shibboleths of post-war regime culture, it was really sustained by the bully pulpit, and a sort of absolute monopoly on the ability to manipulate the psychological environment, both in terms of what people's are experiencing when they immerse themselves in mass media, but also, in a complementary and concomitant sense, an academic environment that is singularly oriented towards perpetuating pro-regime ideological schema, and that really can only flourish when people have a profoundly abrogated access to information and data, coupled with an ability to bombard them with a totally one-sided and immersive but non-interactive, media environment that comes to shape the psychological environment in absolute terms. And I mean that existed obviously, for about half a century, maybe a little longer. Yeah, probably from the New Deal revolution until the turn of the millennium. But those conditions are really never going to reemerge. I mean, I can't see. I mean, I guess all bets in 1,000 years. I mean, anything can happen, but I have a hard time believing that kind of perfect storm of factors that could facilitate that sort of dominance by regime actors. I can't really see that ever reemerging.
Well, I'm criticized on a pretty regular basis for being anti-American, which is such a stupid accusation. I don't even know, what are you talking about? That's pretty broad criticism. But the regime, which uses the U.S. primarily as its military and intellectual hub, used to be its industrial hub, but no more. When it loses, that means the ideology of liberalism loses. The bully pulpit works only if they win. It gets worse and worse and weaker the more in debt they get. When they come up against a first world country like Iran, and they lose, like Israel has lost to Hezbollah, on arranged in a completely different pattern of thinking. Iran was essentially a national socialist state in its approach to economics and development. It makes sense for a small Iran was never a colony. But they're two radically opposing systems. And when the U.S. loses that badly against its opposite, that bully pulpit falls apart. So it's not just that it's not the U.S. is no longer an industrial power. It's not that they.
Oh no, there's a historical aspect too. That's really been underway, I think. I mean, this is. I don't want to spin us off on a massive tangential subject, but we
don't do that here.
Yeah, but the Sino-Soviet split and the concessions that were necessary to defeat the Soviet Union, that weakened the ability of the American system to project itself and socially engineer its its client territories in a total capacity. And that's something that's kind of understated, I believe, because from that point forward, yes, it became clear that, upon America achieving final victory over the Soviet Union Warsaw Pact, the American system would become the only political configuration, but it also had to tolerate and abide radically different cultural inputs and conceptual schemes therein. And that's one of the things it's struggling with now. And obviously a massive aggravating factor is the fact that, the regime is radically Zionist. So when you've got this
it's radically what?
It was Zionist. So when you've got this hyper racialized, ultra aggressive, irrational, ideological priority that touches and concerns all power political decision making, that further undermines, the ability of that further undermines the ability of the regime to homogenize, conditions on the ground within its diminishing sphere of influence contra, competing conceptual models. And that's I think it's a subject for another day, but and we can't truly compare these these resistance elements and their conflicts with the regime to Cold War proxy battles, because the character is very different. But this defeat that was levied against the regime by Tehran is as serious as the fall of Saigon, I believe.
Certainly.
Yeah, in terms of it undermining American credibility and its ability to project power effectively in both a hard power political capacity and in a soft capacity too. It's a huge development.
Absolutely. When the U.S. loses, liberalism loses, free trade loses. The Russo-Chinese alliance with Iran is a part of that. Armenia used to be a part of that. Russia under Putin has financed Hezbollah, Hamas, the Iranians. I mean, they've been, even during Chechnya, Iran did not take the Chechen Muslims very seriously, and they were right to do so. That alliance has grown to such an extent, U.S. has no chance. Russia today, thanks to Putin, is the premier military power in the world. Whatever kinks they may have had in their command structure have all worked out, all been ironed out in the first few months of the Ukraine war. I was just reading last night the peace plan, both from the Trump administration, and this may be a few months old, but from the administration as well as the European answer. And the implications of this, it's all based on the idea that NATO can enforce anything, that they have the power. Their militaries are barely existent. Even Britain, the task force that really was almost completely destroyed in the Falklands, they couldn't do that today.
No, absolutely not. No, NATO doesn't exist. I mean, obviously,
what are people talking about?
Yeah, no, and this idea too that, well, I mean, it was like this nonsense that was being bandied about when it was obvious. It's obvious what Trump's war on Iran was. I mean, it was a way of saturating the Islamic Republic with standoff weapons as Israel expanded the front into the Levant and Beirut proper in order to try and rout out Hezbollah and destroy them, which failed, by the way. But that's an essential aspect of Israeli grand strategy. But this idea, when people are bandying, is Trump going to introduce, and the Joint Chiefs going to introduce a ground element? I'm like, Iran is a massive country of 90 million people. So what? Trump's he's going to implement a draft sight unseen since 1973. Then America's going to assault Iran with 750,000 men, annihilate the Iranian armed forces, annihilate Hezbollah, annihilate sympathetic Shia elements under arms in Iraq.
He really thinks that?
Yeah, kill 5 million people and permanently occupy the country. I mean, this is laughable. This is literally delusional.
This is you're exactly right. Literally is the right word here. He has this childlike conception of the power of the American military. We don't even have a merchant marine that could supply a force like this. Turkey's not behind anything the U.S. wants to do.
I mean, America's de facto at war with Turkey periodically. That's an interesting question. Like, I think Erdogan is I think he's delusional in his own right. Dar al-Islam will never again tolerate a caliphate, a seat of the caliphate being in Turkey again. That was a deep source of shame. That's a subtle subtext to the tensions between the Ottoman Empire and subjugated peoples. But be as it may, no, what's also been structured, the American military is obsolete. These and to your point too, I mean, even were it not, there's not the industrial base. I mean, even in terms of I mean, let's say even if these Pentagon war planners were in these scenarios they game, even if that reflected actual extant conditions, it's like what if America started losing surface ships, like what there's not the infrastructure to replace them, and there's not. It's the entire thing is a Potemkin village, but yeah, this idea.
You're exactly right. That's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
U.S. Navy is at its. I know we're slightly off the topic, but only slightly. Is at its lowest level in God knows how long. Britain's Navy at the lowest level in terms of surface ships. I read every day they're crashing into this, crashing into that. Iranian soldiers are fighting for their homeland.
That's an obsolete force structure. I think surface warfare is basically dead. I mean, I'm not a military hound, but
with the missiles,
I don't want to spin off that far tangentially. But no, the loss of American credibility and prestige in the wake of this defeat contra Tehran. And like I said, make no mistake, the purpose of this war was, to saturate the Iranian homeland with standoff weapons,
right,
and artillery as IDF pushed into Lebanon. But just the same, it represents a profoundly short-sighted view, even within the bounded rationality of Zionist objectives, which by definition are not rational.
They're not rational. Let's be clear. How many fronts is Israel fighting on right now? The IDF is so overstretched and completely exhausted. Just like the U.S., they lie about their casualties. They lie about their U.S. When the U.S. says how many people are killed, soldiers are killed in such and such a battle or war, got to multiply it by 100 at least. The U.S. is notorious for this. You can never go by the casualty figures in this last war, 26, were extremely high because of the Iranian destruction of the bases in the Gulf countries.
Well, yeah, and what says it all too that I assume, and obviously I don't speak the language. But as far as I can tell, what Tel Aviv does is what regime adjacent media and the Pentagon does here since the post GWAT era. They no longer even try and manipulate the narrative. There's just a blackout. They just simply they just try and prevent any information from getting out from the battle space, and that's a terrible way to proceed because, I mean, first of all, it suggests weakness, and it suggests that in operational terms things are not succeeding, because if they were, there'd be victories to point to, however superficially evaluated. But also it means that you're allowing you're allowing other actors to define the narrative. So it suggests a real competency crisis at the level of what should be a priority in terms of propaganda.
Something a mutual friend of mine and Thomas's has told me, and he would definitely know, is one thing that people don't realize about the IDF is once they take a casualty, their discipline and morale breaks down. They do not like taking casualties. And when you consider the IDF is all draftees, a lot of them didn't even grow up in Israel. You can see why they want to try. They make every attempt to get the United States to fight their wars for them, because it's almost like there's this, why are we fighting when somebody else should be fighting for us? Why did my friend just die when somebody else should be fighting for us? We shouldn't be doing this. If we don't exist, the United States doesn't exist. Why isn't the United States fighting our wars for us? And this just goes on down the line. This is their logic.
The casualties are extremely high. Same thing for the U.S. But if the U.S. doesn't have the capacity for any kind of ground operation against, of all places, Iran. But I think even there, they couldn't lie about the ridiculous casualties. What do you think the Iranian army has been doing for the last 20, 25 years? They've been digging in. They've been waiting for this. Their ships can even get close.
I mean, and again, too, like I said, it's clear what the mission orientation was, and it was the pound the Iranian heartland with standoff munitions, as in coordination with Israel's assault on Lebanon. But even people who bandy this nonsense about some general war against Iran, including a ground occupation element. What would the mission objective even be? Just kill a lot of people and occupy Iran? I mean, even like regime change doesn't exist. Like that phrase means as much in reality as Santa Claus or something, or magical dragon. Like it literally doesn't exist. There's not a single instance of America assaulting a country without provocation and changing the government and engineering some friendly government by virtue exclusively of this military operation to change the regime.
The U.S. simply doesn't have the manpower. It doesn't have the money. Doesn't have the materiel. Doesn't have the political will. It doesn't have the supply structure.
Sure, but also regime changes doesn't exist.
Yeah,
like you can change the regime in Germany if you kill millions of people, and if the Soviets take 25 million dead conquering it, then you bifurcate the country for half a century, and then you socially engineer for decades instead into a perennial occupation, the cultural institutions that facilitated national life for thousands of years. Like, yeah, you can do that, but again, that's a massive and destructive project that can really only come about owing to a convergence of historical conditions that basically never ever emerge. This idea that there's such a thing as regime change and that it can be facilitated by some sort of strategic package of applied military force, again, that doesn't exist. It's a fantasy.
Israeli military power is aimed at countries who are either at the first world level or very close to it. Iran is a first world country, scientifically, industrially, intellectually, everything else.
Well, it's also huge.
It's also enormous and very mountainous and very difficult. But the fact that they are a very, before the war, a very successful economy is a standing insult to the liberal mind.
Oh yeah, Iran's a great country and a great people. Like Iranians,
they're not supposed to be successful because they're not liberals. They don't support the liberal market. They have a very different.
They're not race traders who celebrate anal sex.
Precisely. And we know what they do to homosexuals too, but they're already being rebuilt by the Russians and the Chinese. What's Israel going to do? Who do they go to? The U.S. can barely rebuild itself.
Iran can only be so quote unquote isolated. The PRC, I think they import something like 60% of their petroleum from Iran.
Yep.
Iran. This idea too that sanctions can break the proverbial back of a country like Iran.
Absolutely nonsense.
That's delusional too. It's not.
Absolutely. There's very little trade Iran has with the U.S., even years ago.
No, 100%. And increasingly. And really, this has been going really. That's why it was laughable. Just as an aside, one of the few laudable things the current administration did was abandon formally the fiction of multilateral trade, but multilateral trade's been dead for 15 years. And this idea, when people are shrieking that, tariffs are going to destroy the economy. Not only is that conceptually illiterate, but, this idea, this sort of Clinton era fantasy of, a truly tariff-free global trade zone. Nobody thinks that way anymore. and carving out discrete trade blocks owing to political realities. I mean, that's perennial. I mean, even under a truly global system like we exist under, so this idea that America can simply eliminate or annihilate Iran's ability to do business at scale. I mean, that's laughable. That's not how things work.
Well, Iran, it isn't crazy to say that in their own way, Iran is a Hegelian state. They have the corporation. They even have something like a monarchy. Their free market is done with the understanding that there's a greater common good here, not just individuals. Individualism is something that, and this is one of the reasons that they have the lowest suicide rate in the world, or one of them.
Well, no, it was fascinating.
It's very reason.
One of the few things that was really compelling that Foucault ever wrote. I mean, Foucault was obviously kind of the consummate, overrated public intellectual. I mean, all this. But he was on the ground in Tehran when the revolution kicked off, and he made it very clear that, look, this isn't just another socialist revolution that's going to install some languid Soviet style standing committee to sort of nationalize poverty, and that's that'll be the end of Iran as a meaningful country. He said this is also something that's taking place outside of the Cold War paradigm, and that this is a truly revolutionary tendency. And it's something that it's an experiment that really hasn't been tried before. That's a fact. Whether you like the Iranian government or not, or whether you think that that kind of overt religiosity should play a strong role in public life, just in purely objective terms, the Iranian system is a unique system unto itself, and
yet,
the fact that it's proven viable. Yeah, the fact that it's proven viable, to your point, is really sticks in the craw of regime apparatchiks and their.
And this is why even the U.S. has lost the war. We know this. At least, though, they can say we have blunted the force of the Iranian economy. But as we speak, Iran is being rebuilt by both the Russians and the Chinese, and to a lesser extent, the Indians.
No, exactly.
Israel has nowhere to go. Israel is as of a few months ago, was on fire. This is why they had to ban. Same thing for the Gulf countries and Saudi Arabia. There's people in prison right now who were uploading pictures of destroyed bases and destroyed buildings. Towns on fire. You're not supposed to do that. And as you said, that law, as far as I know, is still in force. Israel has been pummeled here. And the desertion rate in the IDF, as Pete hinted at, is very high.
Yeah, I don't find that hard to believe.
No, I have a lot of evidence for it. I wrote about it some time ago. Also goes for the United States as well. And I was Ukraine, even from the very beginning, their deserters were in huge numbers, and many of them went to Russia. But the point is, the standing insult to the U.S., and that standing insult is victorious, and is right now being rebuilt by other standing insults to liberalism.
No, it's an apocalyptic event.
I agree.
I gotta get going, fellas, because I gotta edit what I recorded earlier with our dear friend Andy, among other things, and I got a big pile of correspondence I gotta address that stacked up when I was sick. But thanks so much for including me in the discussion, and we should reconvene in coming days.
Anytime,
course.
Thomas.
And I will, of course, link all of your links will be in the show notes, and go and support these two guys. They're doing great work. And as always, thank you both so much.
Yeah, thank you, Pete.
Talk to you later,
and
Tom.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Doc. All right, fellas, be well. 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 All right, fellas.